key embassies and development partners, members of the Transparency International Board present, representatives of civil society organizations, and valued members of the media. We also have the Deputy Chairperson of the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission, Commissioner Zwamura, and also the ZAC, General Manager Prevention and Corporate Governance, Ms. Sinya Kochko, as well as the Research and Knowledge Manager at ZAC, Dr. Beudi. Ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome to our meeting. Thank you very much for taking time to busy schedules to be with us. Now, while we're all here, the overall objective of the meeting is to raise public awareness of the results of the 2023 CPI and facilitate dialogue among concerned stakeholders in line with the global theme for the year, which is corruption and justice, in recognition of the deeply intertwined themes of corruption, justice, and the rule of law. And of course, this theme colors our choice of representatives or participants today. So we really value your time, and we look forward to interacting with all of you, given your areas of expertise, as well as the key institutions which you represent. Just a brief outline on our program. We're going to have some opening remarks from the chairperson of the TIZ board. Then we're going to have a keynote address from the Prosecutor-General in line with the theme, and have the presentation of the CPI results by the director of TIZ, and go for a tea break. Then our main discussant, Dr. James Zabora, will present key reflections on the CPI 2023 theme. Thereafter, we're going to have a distinguished panel of experts moderated by my colleague Angie, to whom I'll hand over the proceedings at that time to reflect on the theme and the results of the CPI, and then conclude the events with the main plenary. So that's the outlook for the day. So as part of the preliminaries, I kindly request that all put our phones on silent and speak to the person chairing as part of the proceedings. But to start off our event today, please allow me to go to the podium, the chairperson of the Transparency International Board, Ms. Adesuchi Chirisa. Please give us some applause.
Thank you. Honorable Justice Matanda Moyo, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to state on the established protocol. It is my pleasure once again to address you all on the occasion of the 2023 Corruption Perception Index, the CPI report launch. The CPI is an important tool for Transparency International in the global movement in measuring corruption, in measuring our intervention as a global movement. It's a tool that comes as a result of major research output, which is not only widely debated, but it's widely used, contributing to major discussion around good governance, corruption eradication, and best practices around corruption curbing in Zimbabwe and world over. Whilst past debates have regarded the tool as a methodology which is not as comprehensive, and there have been alternatives that have been put across measuring corruption and also to gather data, the CPI remains the most effective tool to raise and maintain public awareness. You agree with me today that corruption is not just about curbing it, it's also about raising raising awareness, even within the grassroots levels. Today, as we are gathered here, we have the big idea, and the big idea for the day today revolves around the theme of the day, the theme of the year, which is corruption and justice. For me, when we talk of justice, it's the buzzword, because I'm a lawyer. It resonates with me at the most practical level. When I hear the word justice, I often ask myself, what does it mean and to who and what's the standard? When we talk of justice, what sort of standards do we measure, do we use to then say that justice has been attained? As lawyers, we talk of a reasonable man when we talk of negligence. We say, how would a reasonable man acted in this particular instance? So when we're talking of justice, who do we use? I will attempt to answer myself. When we talk of justice, our measure of justice should be the most vulnerable men, the most men who try to access the system even without legal representation. Are you able to attain justice as a self-actor? If we are able to answer that question in the affirmative, then we can talk of justice. What is justice? Who defines justice? So, as a lawyer, the word justice is very much a word that resides within me. And now, as the chairperson of TIZ, the problematic word is corruption. We've been talking about corruption. I think even when I stepped in 3 years back into this position, I've always said sometimes I feel discouraged that we haven't done much, we are not doing much, the pace is slow. Yes, we have seen several launches of this CPI. Where are we going? Are we making progress? Ladies and gentlemen, honorable justice, allow me to say that this theme comes at a very opportune moment. When we're talking of justice and corruption, we're talking of practical issues that affect every one of us. Have you ever tried to use the court system? And if you were to use the court system, would you come out satisfied and say justice has been attained? You agree with me that more often we look for alternatives. I think you agree with me that all of us, we have tried to use alternatives. I mean, other than going to the court straight, would you have the confidence to go and have your matter adjudicated directly without anybody trying to handle it, without any handlers? Why is it we always look for alternatives? Because we are all not confident of the system. This is about corruption perception in the justice sector. How do we perceive it? How does the common person perceive the justice system? How corrupt is it? Perception builds or destroys the system. It also eats into the confidence. And when the confidence is eaten off, people resort to lawlessness. People resort to self-help. Why? Because the alternative that's there, or the standard that's there, it's not working. I want my case resolved. But because I don't have system, I have to go and grease someone to make my matter come out in a particular fashion that I expect. But does it have to be like that? What about those that do not have money? Is justice qualified? Is justice for everyone? Is justice for the poor? Is justice for the rich? Is justice blind? Unfortunately, our country, Zimbabwe, just like the rest of the world, has been faced by these challenges and several cases on public record where we have seen corruption within the justice sector manifesting itself. We have had attempts to influence court processes by offering judges bribes. I want to be found in contempt of the court. I'm a lawyer myself and I'm still practicing. So, yeah, but we have to talk about it. We have had lawyers we have been running around with briefcases, going to, the common name they use is handlers. They are handling the case. We have seen attempts of justice being stolen. Do I have to go and buy justice over the counter? Should somebody sell justice over the counter? What if on that particular day I'm blocked? What does it mean to me? What does it mean to the simple woman in Ecuador? Is she able to buy justice? We have also heard of cases where judges themselves, and probably magistrates, are attempting to influence the outcome, better known as lack of integrity, lack of impartiality. We have also seen judicial officers presiding over cases where they have direct interest. I think this is on public record. We have also heard of allegations of magistrates. I'm sorry to say this about magistrates. It seems as if the next magistrate is corrupt. Does it even pay to go to the magistrate court? Is the magistrate court a court of choice? You know, we then, at some time when I was still litigating, we then said to ourselves, let's avoid the magistrate court by all means possible. Why? Because you will never be served justice for free. You have to pay. But is it supposed to be like that? We have also seen and heard of allegations where magistrates become unreasonably lenient because somebody would have paid some money, because somebody would have facilitated a lenient outcome. We have also seen and heard of concerns over political interference in many cases. The challenges remain the same. The challenges affect accountability and transparency. And we have also heard of the prevalence and manifestations of these challenges. Because of the study that we have done with TIZ, we were able to bring out a number of examples of judicial corruption, including how ordinary citizens and key stakeholders, such as magistrates, such as legal practitioners, are perceived within the corruption matrix. Just as I said, corruption is we have the corruption perception study. How is the system perceived? If you were going to walk out and ask an ordinary man about the Fourth Street cause, on a good day, would you just go out and have your matter presided over by a magistrate? What sort of perception are they going to give you? This then highlights the urgent need to come together and fight this perception. It's not only perception, but it's a way to show that corruption is entrenched. Corruption is becoming the main line, the mainstream of how we do business. But this year, our particular focus is within the justice system. When corruption becomes very entrenched in our systems of justice, we no longer think of effectiveness. We no longer think of competence. I mean, competence does not matter anyway, because I'm just going to buy it. Who cares? I have the money, I'll just buy it. Is it supposed to be like that? Corruption eats into professionalism. Corruption eats into responsiveness and the integrity and the proper functioning of the system. Today, as we come together and have this assessment of ourselves, of our systems, of the whole country, we call upon government to be more deliberate in fighting and ending corruption. We exhort government to give independence to the justice system, for the systems to be properly resourced, for the systems to be properly given all the transparency and professional independence they would require. We also urgently recall, as we have recalled and recalled before, to have all people who are found to have participated in corrupt practice to be punished, and to be punished with expedition. I mean, we have heard of so many high-profile cases that have never been prosecuted to a reasonable conclusion. Honorable Justice, this is one pressing issue. The whole country would want to have confidence in the system. We can only get confidence when we see perpetrators when we see handlers of corruption being punished, we want to see those cases, that criminal cases, being punished and publicized. As TIZ, we take the issue of corruption seriously. We remain focused on fighting corruption. We remain focused on building strategies in corruption. And we are happy today to say that we have partnered with a number of key stakeholders, of course, to an extent where we maintain our transparency and independence. I'm happy to advise you and to tell you that we have had a number of MOUs with critical stakeholders in the fight of corruption. You may ask, why do we have to have MOUs? Because for us, as Transparency International Zimbabwe, the fight against corruption, it's not only about naming and shaming. Yes, naming and shaming sometimes helps. It's not only about finger pointing, but it's about collective synergy. It's about coming together. I'm happy to say that we have an MOU with NPA, National Prosecuting Authority. We have an MOU with Parliament. We work together. We come together. We look at issues that are pressing and we build strategies together. Just before we came here, I was just having a side conversation with my lady to say that as the year progresses, probably we need to have a pause and reflect moment to say, as the key stakeholders within the fight against corruption, how are we faring? How have we missed the mark? And how are we going to self-correct so that at the end of the year, when we engage the public would be confident to say we have stakeholders that are fighting corruption and they are doing so not only in a rhetoric approach but in earnest. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude by expressing my hope that the announcement of this CPI together is going to spur action and enthusiasm to remain focused, to remain fighting and curbing corruption. We need to see results. We need to use results. This is particularly important, noting that this CPI and the launch thereof is coming at a time when NACS, the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, is in its final year of implementation. The NACS was enacted, it had a lifespan of 2020 to 2024. I think this is very important. What has the NACS done? What sort of milestones did we achieve through the strategy? We need to sit back and reflect, what is it that we achieved through this strategy? Is the NACS working? I heard from my head to say the NACS, there is nothing else that's needed. It must work. She emphasized that it must work, which is in the I think she's the judge. It must work, nothing else. The NACS must work. Otherwise, we remain in the rhetoric approach. We remain in the rhetoric mode. To all of you, our guests today, I would like to say thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule, for taking time to align with our mandate, to align with our agenda, and it shows that you value this struggle. Indeed, it's a struggle, and we shall fight it together. We therefore look forward to a more fruitful year under this theme, justice and corruption, and together we can and we will do it. Thank you.
Please, a big round of applause for the chairperson, Mr. Kunika, of National Zimbabwe. Thank you. All you gentlemen, always help a lady from the stage, please. Right there. Now, I'm not sure I can actually give enough of an introduction to our next speaker. Some time. and she's now obviously the Prosecutor-General of Zimbabwe. I'd like to welcome to give a keynote address unveiling corruption, pursuing justice and integrity in Zimbabwe. Please a big round of applause, Honorable Lois Matanda Moyo.
Warm greetings to all of you. Let me also write on the protocols already established. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a solemn sense of purpose that we are gathered today to launch the 2024 Corruption Perception Index. This annual report, compiled by Transparency International, serves to remind us of the undesirable presence of corruption in the world. As the Prosecutor General, I bear first witness to the devastating impact of corruption. It erodes trust in our public institutions, hinders economic development, and fuels inequality. It steals from the most vulnerable, leaving them without access to essential services and trapped in a cycle of poverty. It is therefore imperative that each one of us plays their part to eradicate corruption. It is not only the duty of government or civic society, but it is the duty of all of us working together. To this end, Zimbabwe has domesticated the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, through several pieces of legislation which make up the legal framework for combating corruption in Zimbabwe. These include the Constitution of Zimbabwe, Amendment number 20, enacted in 2013, wherein two institutions were established to fight corruption in terms of Chapter 13. These are the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission and the National Prosecuting Authority. The Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission being the investigative wing and the National Prosecuting Authority being the prosecution wing. So these two must work together in order to achieve the mandate. Their mandate is a single mandate of fighting corruption. So without these two institutions working hand in glove, there can be no war against corruption. The government also put in place the Money Laundering and Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 9.24 of 2019, which criminalizes money laundering and empowers the state to seize unexplained wealth. This law also allows for civil-based recovery of proceeds of crime. The financial unit of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Recovered Assets Fund, and Asset Management Unit were also established in terms of the Money Laundering Act. Zimbabwe also relies on the Prevention of Corruption Act, Chapter 9.16, as well as the Criminal Law Codification and Reform Act to prosecute corruption cases. The Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act, Chapter 22.23 of 2018, criminalizes abuse of functions in public entities and the procurement sector. The Public Entities Corporate Governance, Chapter 10.31, Act of 2019, enhances transparency and accountability in the public sector and provides for the declaration of assets for all board members of public entities and heads of public entities. The Companies and Other Business Entity Act, Chapter 24.31 of 2019, criminalizes the fraudulent, reckless, or gross negligent conduct of business, falsification of records, and makes it a legal requirement for companies to maintain and file beneficial ownership information. We still call upon the government to ensure the enactment of the Whistleblower Protection Act. That piece of legislation is crucial in the fight against corruption. The witnesses must feel protected to come forward with information of corruption. If they don't feel protected, they will not come forward. So I call upon the government to ensure that this important piece of legislation is enacted soonest. Let me hasten to say that the principles pertaining to this bill are already in place, and I understand that the drafting of this piece of legislation is underway. Zimbabwe also launched the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, NACS, for 2020 to 2024, which is based on a multi-sectoral approach in the NACS provides a platform for inclusive and participatory mechanism for government, civic society, law enforcement agencies, and the private sector to collaborate on anti-corruption matters. The government of Zimbabwe has also put in place a policy document known as the National Development Strategy 1, which runs from 2021 to 2025. This policy framework promotes productivity, economic growth, ease of doing business, strengthening of property rights, as well as combating corruption, among others. Zimbabwe is also a member of the SADC Anti-Corruption Committee, SAC, Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group, SAMLAC, as well as the Asset Recovery Inter-Agency Network for Southern Africa, ARINSA. Currently, Zimbabwe is the president of ARINSA, and we will be leveraging our position to make greater strides in ensuring maximum cooperation with other regional and international bodies for extradition processes and the return of stolen assets. Internationally, ZAC and NPA signed an agreement for cooperation and collaboration with the Basel Institute on Governance for capacity building in the identification, recovery of stolen assets, financial investigations, as well as prosecution of corruption cases. Zimbabwe has received technical support and capacity building training from development partners such as the Transparency International Zimbabwe and many others in financial investigations, procurement investigations, and the prosecutor training programs. Zimbabwe is in the process of coming up, as I've said, with the whistleblower and witness protection legislation and an amendment to the Anti-Corruption Commission Act to include sector-specific corruption offenses. Overall, government support for anti-corruption efforts has significantly increased by 300%. It is also important to mention that the establishment of the anti-corruption courts, which are manned by specially trained judicial officers and prosecutors across the country in both the Magistrates Court and the High Court of Zimbabwe, has engendered the speedy and timeliest conclusion of cases. It is tried that we used to have delays in the prosecution of corruption cases as a result of accused persons who are highly litigious. These accused persons would raise one objection after the other and make numerous applications before the courts. And if these are dismissed, they would escalate their applications to the superior courts. The cases end up being moved up and down between the trial court and the superior courts for considerably long periods of time. This move is aimed at frustrating the course of justice and causes witness fatigue. We have put in place measures to counter this. Henceforth, all high-profile corruption cases will now be indicted in the High Court of Zimbabwe. Madam, I think you spoke about corruption in the courts, but let me say that corruption is not only within the court structure. Even in the private lawyer sector, corruption has actually found its way therein. It is actually the lawyers who bribe the court's official. I have said it to the Law Society of Zimbabwe that more often we are dealing with the lawyer's case, not their client case. The client would approach the lawyer and confide to the lawyer that they are guilty of the offense. And what do these lawyers do? they start advising the client to say, no, 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 you must never do such a thing. You see, you can escape punishment if you do 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's corruption itself. We must all go back to professionalism. Our profession, that is the legal profession, was one of the most highly esteemed professions. But in Zimbabwe, it has gone to the dogs. So let's all sit and consider not only the court officials, but the lawyers. In light of the foregoing, the National Prosecuting of Zimbabwe is strictly enforcing the zero tolerance to corruption policy. We have opened the National Prosecuting Authority of Zimbabwe to scrutiny as part of the wide-ranging steps that we have adopted to prevent corruption within the criminal justice sector. This move dovetails with the Knockout Corruption campaign that we embarked on in collaboration with TIZ. Through this campaign, we deliberately embarked on a transparency agenda that brought on the citizens' demand for transparency and accountability. This transparency agenda has been motivated by government's demand for the eradication of corruption and our own commitment as the National Prosecuting Authority of Zimbabwe to use transparency as a tool to fighting corruption more effectively. I think during my address to the prosecutors beginning of this year, I have undertaken it to comply with the Constitution, in particular Section 260, which obliges myself to publish guidelines on how I come to the conclusion to prosecute matters. That I will do soonest. As part of the Knockout Corruption campaign, we conducted an inquiry into the state of corruption cases to find out why corruption cases were taking too long to be finalized. Together with TIZ, we visited 5 provinces across the country between March and August 2023. These are Harare, Bulawayo, Masvingo, Matabeleland South, and Manicaland. We also took time to participate in the regional indabas hosted by TIZ to engage the local authorities, citizens, and civic society in a bid to find out their expectations and where we are falling short. Based on the findings, we refocused our attention on palliative prosecutions to ensure that we regain public trust. And as a result, we completed a significant number of cases by end of the year. Last year, the clearance rate for economic crimes was 58.3% and 82% for corruption cases. We have since put in place mechanisms to improve the clearance rate for the economic crimes unit. So far, we've managed to secure property worth 26 million United States dollars in forfeitures to victims and 11.6 million United States dollars in forfeiture to the state. We've also secured preservation orders worth 100 million United States dollars by way of freezing orders, interdicts, and unexplained wealth orders. That was far below the expected target. We have re-strategized and set the target at 1 billion United States dollars for the year 2024. To achieve this target, we will be collaborating with the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission, Zimbabwe Republic Police, Financial Intelligence Unit, and the Zimbabwe Revenue Authorities. These institutions are going to sit down and identify those high-profile cases to the tune of over $1 billion. And those cases will be targeted for investigations and prosecutions. This year, we'll see all those institutions working hand in glove in order to defeat corruption. Corruption can be defeated, and it will be defeated. Currently, the National Prosecuting Authority of Zimbabwe is undergoing restructuring. Last week, we we announced changes in senior management. The new appointments are in line with my vision for excellency and professionalism within the National Prosecuting Authority of Zimbabwe and are aimed at increasing efficiency. I think I've spoken to prosecutors that if you want to be a 72-year-old assistant public prosecutor, that's your choice. It's not my choice. So you won't begrudge myself for keeping you there for the next 30 years. So promotion will be on merit. The reshuffle ensures that each day, Deputy Prosecutor General has between 12 and 16 stations to manage and is expected to keep a pulse on the operations under his or her portfolio, streamline processes, monitor and improve resource allocation to ensure faster case processing times, reduce the backlog, and swifter delivery of justice. The new head for the Monitoring, Evaluation and Training Unit has been charged with drafting a new training curriculum, enforcing stricter performance standards, and raising the bar for the National Prosecuting Authority of Zimbabwe personnel. I believe that this will foster a culture of professionalism and integrity within the organization and strengthen public trust in the criminal justice delivery. We also want to reduce susceptibility to collusion and corruption by rotating personnel and disrupting established relationships. It will become harder for individuals to form corrupt networks or engage in collusive practices. We intend to make it very difficult for bribes to be offered and accepted, or for cases to be swept under the rug. Kindly take note that the National Prosecuting Authority of Zimbabwe has published these targets for the year for the first time. These are high-quality prosecutions as the National Prosecuting Authority adopts a rigorous training and refresher course regime. Capacitation of the National Prosecuting Authority staff in terms of tools of trade, that is laptops, desktop, office accommodation, furniture, e-library resources. All high-profile cases will be indicted in the High Court and timeously finalized. A robust approach for asset forfeiture operations to enhance recovery of proceeds of crime. This year, we will be seeing fighting corruption by recovering assets from the criminals. We are sending a clear message that corruption and crime do not pay. So if you engage in corruption and crime and we manage to identify those proceeds of crime, be rest assured they will be taken away. Restructuring of the authority to enhance efficiency, that is establishment of specialized units and staff rotation according to competency and experience. Increase the staff supervision and eradication of perceived institutional corruption. We will be reviewing our progress towards these targets quarterly. The National Prosecuting Authority of Zimbabwe is also grateful for the integrated electronic case management system, which has incorporated innovation and technology to drive change in the justice delivery system. We are still lagging behind in terms of capacitation for the electronic case management system, but we remain hopeful that we'll have our own dashboard soon, resources permitting. The electronic case management system is an effective tool for transparency and accountability and will help us to improve service delivery and increase scrutiny of how cases are being managed. It is unfortunate that when persons partake of corruption, they rarely think of those who will be affected at the end of the day. They only think of themselves. Corruption is not a victimless crime. It affects every facet of our society, from healthcare infrastructure, roads, education, and the environment. Corruption exists in many facets of our daily transactions. Petty bribery to a police officer or a council official, to fraud and embezzlement of state funds. Corruption, no matter how small, results in the breakdown of the social contract, and is a betrayal of public trust. As Prosecutor General, I am committed to playing my part in the fight against corruption and will ensure that the National Prosecuting Authority of Zimbabwe continues to relentlessly pursue those who engage in corrupt practices regardless of their positions or influence. We will continue to collaborate and coordinate with the investigating authorities, the judiciary, Law Society of Zimbabwe, civic society, private sector, and all the other players who are part of the criminal justice value chain to create a robust anti-corruption ecosystem. Prosecution alone is not enough. We must also address the root causes of corruption. There is need to continuously strengthen our institutions, promote transparency and accountability, and foster a culture of integrity within both the public and private sectors. The fight against corruption demands a collective effort. It is a marathon, not a short sprint that requires little stamina. The fight against corruption requires focus, determination, and enduring commitment from all stakeholders. The government has been hard at work enacting and enforcing strong anti-corruption laws. Likewise, the business sector must uphold ethical standards and effectively implement compliance measures. Civic society must also support transparency and accountability. The ordinary citizens must also play their part by refusing to participate in corrupt practices. Before I conclude, let me see whether there's anything else to respond to. Well, pertaining to expeditious prosecution of corruption matters, we have been in discussion with the Judicial Services Commission, and currently they are preparing the rules of court for the anti-corruption courts. So we believe that this year we will see the introduction of those rules, and they will act as deterrents to frivolous applications. The perception of political interference within the prosecution of corruption matters will be a thing of the past. We are working towards eradicating that perception. There will be no political interference, nor any other interference pertaining to our taking the decisions to prosecute or not to prosecute particular individuals. We are going to be guided by evidence. If there is evidence of a crime having been committed, be rest assured that we, as the National Prosecuting Authority of Zimbabwe, are going to prosecute. Pertaining to perception of corruption within the magistrates' court, I believe that here we've got prosecutors in charge of certain magistrates' court. They've heard it for themselves. There is need to fight that perception, and that they will do. Finally, while the CPI is a valuable tool in the fight against corruption, it is quite unfortunate that the global corruption agenda focuses more on corruption issues in the developing countries. Yet it is common cause that ill-gotten wealth is hidden in developed countries, which tend to do very well in terms of CPI rankings. In criminal law, both the one who is doing the thieving and the receiver of proceeds of crime must be punished together. So those countries must be tied together with us. If we know that the proceeds of crime for Zimbabwe are going to this particular country, we don't want to see that country coming out top 10. Otherwise, it brings Zimbabwe in the top 10. That will be very fair. Developed countries benefit from investments made by corrupt individuals from developing countries because the policies and practices in developed nations enable corruption to the detriment of developing countries. Let us use the launch of this year's CPI as a call to action Let's join hands and combat corruption effectively and ensure that we achieve transparency and accountability. It begins with you, it begins with me. I thank you.
Please, a big round of applause, Prosecutor-General. Now, if I may say so, I've known her for quite a while, and one, if I can say, if I can use the words, I am a lady, I think that's what she is, and she says what she means, and I've never seen a harder worker in my life, so I believe what she says is what is going to happen. So please, another big round of applause in the fight against corruption. There was one thing I hope that she had said, and that, of course, is the media, and the media's role in exposing corruption, both by reporting it and also reporting it in the newspapers, on print, on radio, but also actually calling up, because media people, we see corruption very often. We do stories, we see the corruption's out there. So I think once the Whistleblower Protection Act is in place, hopefully during this Parliament sitting, we should get media practitioners also getting involved in the fight of corruption, directly by actually calling to the ZAC and reporting cases of corruption. Now then, this is the point that we've all been waiting for, and of course, this is the actual presentation of the CPI 2023 report by Transparency International Zimbabwe. So I'd like to call upon the Executive Director, Tapazo Chibumbu, to come up and give us the results. Where does Zimbabwe stand? Where are we? What is our ranking? I think we should be ready to go. Tapazo, please, a big round of applause, Executive Director.
Thank you very much, Andy. And I'm sure we're all waiting for the results. I'm here to present those results to you. As my colleagues do connect the machine. So, Tapazo Chumbi is my name. I think I've interacted with most of you colleagues, and I'm going to be the presenter for these results. And as you know, Transparency International Zimbabwe is part of the global movement against corruption. And of course, we are known for coming up with the Corruption Perceptions Index. And of course, it is an opportune moment for us as a movement to present the findings right at the beginning of the year to ensure that different chapters in their own countries actually set an anti-corruption agenda going forward. And I'm happy that the Prosecutor-General Honorable has also spoken about their key deliverables for the year, and the Transparency International Zimbabwe will be keen to monitor the implementation of the same. So getting straight into the presentation of the results, as you know, Corruption Perceptions Index, it actually measures the perceived levels of public sector corruption in 180 countries and territories around the world. And I want to emphasize that it specifically talks about public sector corruption. Public sector corruption. This is not to undermine that the negative effects of private sector corruption, including corruption among its lawyers, as she has said, and any other sector, including civil society. I need to mention that. So I also want to state a little bit about the methodology for Corruption Perceptions Index. It is a composite indicator. It brings together and standardizes about 13 indicators from 13 different data sources. It is also an assessment of the expert and business surveys that Transparency International carries out. It is also a measurement of public sector corruption. I also want to emphasize that it does not reflect I also want to mention that it does not speak to the public perception. It speaks about the perceptions of business people and experts. These are the data sources for Corruption Perceptions Index, 13 of them. And for Zimbabwe, since last year, we have been assessed on the basis of 9 out of the 13 data sources, and those are, as highlighted in my presentation. And I also want to mention that to come up with the Corruption Perceptions Index, we have to standardize the different data sources. Standardization means that these data sources, they actually range to different figures or percentages. Some range from 0 to 8, some from 0 to 20. But we also have to standardize to ensure that we all have these data sources ranging up to 100. We add them up and we actually come up with an average. So those are the specific averages for each, standardized for each of those figures. For those that calculate fast, can actually tell me the Corruption Perceptions Index for Zimbabwe this year. Next slide. In terms of the methodology again, I also want to mention that the first step that Transparency International does is to select the specific data sources. So you would notice that in a given year, you can actually have 9 data sets, especially for Zimbabwe. Then in another year, you can actually have 8 data sources, depending on whether the source of that data is actually information for that particular country. So that's why I said Zimbabwe normally has 8 or 9. And sometimes some countries sometimes do not have more than 3 data sources. So I also want to mention that in terms of calculating the Corruption Perceptions Index, countries with data sources of less than 3 are not counted. So the minimum data sources that we look at is actually 3. I wanted to mention that as well. Then in terms of the Corruption Perceptions Index, I also want to emphasize what CPI does capture and what is not captured by the Corruption Perceptions Index. Because most people, when they hear about it, they need to disaggregate and know the components that we look into. So it looks at bribery, diversion of public funds, nepotism in the civil service, state capture or political capture, enforcement of integrity mechanisms, whether we're doing enough, strengthening of anti-corruption laws, including financial disclosure, conflict of interest, prevention, access to information, and also such legal frameworks such as whistleblower protection and witness protection, which Zimbabwe is actually in the process of coming up with. Next slide. So in terms of the same methodology, we do have a quality control mechanism, it's Transparency International, and the first step is in blind calculations, where we do have 2 internal and 2 external consultants working and calculating independently the CPI scores based on the 13 data sources or less that have been indicated. The step 2 is for regional advisors at Transparency International to look into that information, flag out anything that could have been misrepresented, and also share that with the chapters where possible, so that the chapters can also review the results, provide feedback, and also flag out any possible issues that needs to be noted. Getting into the results, it is important to take note of the following significant changes within the global CPI. We noted that we do have 62 countries with significant changes since 2012, when we changed the methodology for the CPI. And 28 of them actually rose. They improved in terms of their performance on the corruption perception index. 34 of them went down. And I think it is important to note that in sub-Saharan Africa, we actually have 5 countries which actually went up, which constitute about 18% of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Next slide. Then those are some of the countries that are significant movers on the corruption perceptions index. Some that improved in terms of their performance, and also some that dropped in terms of their performance. And I think it is important to note that we do have African countries that are actually doing well in terms of the corruption perceptions index, which includes Tanzania and Cote d'Ivoire. They are actually doing well in terms of that particular index. Next slide. So in terms of the top and bottom performers, that actually shows the countries that have performed quite well. We do have Denmark at the top, followed by Finland, New Zealand, Norway, Singapore, Sweden. And in most of these years, these are the countries that normally perform well in terms of the corruption perceptions index. I also want to mention that the corruption perceptions index is a score of 0 to 100, where those countries that are closer to 0 are those that are perceived to be more corrupt, and those countries that are closer to 100 are those that are perceived to be less corrupt. And I want to mention also that no country actually scores 100. There's an element of corruption and probably lack of integrity in those countries. And I will speak more around what Honorable has spoken about around the role of developed countries and top performers in terms of their facilitation of corruption in what Transparency International has termed trouble at the top. So I'll talk about it later on. So in terms of these global improvers and decliners, we do have 28 countries which improved, 34 countries declined, and we also have countries which stayed the same. So I want to emphasize that if a country moves by a point or two, that's an insignificant change. And we regard that as stagnation in terms of their movement. And I also want to emphasize that corruption perceptions index, there are certain developments that happen within the anti-corruption space, which can actually happen this year, and results are not felt immediately. So a country can be implementing a lot of measures, but then their results may not be changing swiftly because the changes in terms of anti-corruption measures actually takes longer to realize. Next slide. So I also want to talk about, my apologies, Honorable. I thought we were going to use both screens. I don't know what happened with the technical teams. So I want to specifically talk about the countries in the different regions which scored less than 50 out of 100. I think you can agree with me that when you are looking at a score or a scale of 0 to 100, at least 50 is a pass. And then anything less than that is actually something to be concerned about. So in sub-Saharan Africa, 90% of sub-Saharan African countries, they scored below 50%. Below 50%. And then in the Americas, 66% scored below 50. In Western Europe and EU, 60% scored below 50%. 50 out of 100. I think you can see the figures for Eastern Europe and Central Asia, Middle East, and Asia Pacific. So it is also important to note that we need to compare ourselves in terms of what other countries are doing in our regions and also comparing to what is also happening globally. Then in terms of regional averages, and those countries that do well in our region, I've mentioned that the sub-Saharan African average is actually 33 out of 100. We also have the Americas, and the global average is actually 43 out of 100, which means that those countries that perform below 50% actually pulls the rest down below 50 out of 100. Then in terms of our regional trends, to be more specific, we do have Liberia since 2016. They're actually going down, and they're going down by 12 points. Mali by 7 points. Gabon by 7. But we also have countries that have actually done quite well in terms of corruption perceptions index. Seychelles, Angola, Tanzania, and Cote d'Ivoire. I've mentioned Cote d'Ivoire earlier on. Actually, for this year, they improved significantly. And I think Honorable can also attest to how Angola is drastically shifted in terms of their fight against corruption. Next. So Zimbabwe sits at 24 out of 100 with our regional average of 33 out of 100. I think I need to emphasize that when you perform below your regional average, I think it means a lot, which means we also need to work hard to ensure that we actually up our game in the fight against corruption. Those are the same statistics for sub-Saharan Africa. I also want to emphasize that the countries that are measured in Africa so far are actually 49. 49 countries, and we do have sub-countries which are do not have significant data sources to afford TI to come up with their figures. Then the CPI compared to their perceived regimes, we have also noted that 73 countries, they do exist in full democracies. Then we do have those countries, I think 24 countries, then 48 countries, they actually flawed democracies. And we also have non-democratic regimes, which constitutes about 94 countries. And it is important to note that there is a relationship between integrity and democracy, where democracy allows participation, transparency, and accountability to thrive, which actually helps in terms of reducing the levels of corruption in our countries. And of course, that's the score for Zimbabwe. We have also noted that Zimbabwe does oscillate between 22 and 24, which shows that yes, we are not yet seeing the significant improvements resulting from the many reforms that the justice has talked about. I think it is not our trends as a country, and also in terms of the regional averages. And we also noted that in terms of the regional average, there was not much change, also resulting from the fact that most countries, especially in the region, remained stagnant for the past 2-3 years. Then a little bit about the CPI score and also our ranking. This shows that there are countries that dropped significantly on the corruption perception index. Because in terms of our ranking, out of the 180 countries, for the past 2-3 years, we've been roving around 157, 158 out of 180 countries. But with the significant drop in other countries, Zimbabwe has actually improved in terms of comparing to other countries to 149 out of 108. And as indicated, those are the variations in terms of the data sources that we look at, normally around 8 or 9. And I'll talk a little bit about the global theme, global themes for corruption perception index. The movement deliberately comes up with specific themes for each of the reports. And in 2016, it was around social inequality and populism. Showing some explains of parts of democracy, both in the connection.
Prosecute.
2020, it was a time when there was COVID-19, and we did express our theme around that. Human rights and democracy 2021, conflict, peace, and security for last year. And the themes specifically focuses around global trends in terms of what is happening, mainly in those countries that either perform well or those that don't perform dismal in terms of these particular days. And the theme for this year is corruption and justice. Corruption and justice. And the chairperson and the Honorable Prosecutor-General already started talking about the nexus between corruption and justice. And of course, where corruption is high, injustices do exist, especially in the justice delivery system. And it is quite important to highlight some of the specific instances which are regarded as unjust. And of course, where there is corruption, there is also a compromise in terms of the independence of the justice sector. And I want to also mention that corruption, by definition, and transparency international Zimbabwe, it refers to abuse of entrusted power for private gain. So when we are talking about corruption, this is exactly what we are referring to. Next slide. I also want to speak specifically around what happens in the justice sector, where corruption does thrive. They do not trust if there is corruption in the justice sector. It fuels impunity, and impunity is something which the PG has talked about in terms of how they want to address that. And also there is discrimination in terms of the outcomes of the justice system. There is also inequality, and it also perpetuates crimes to happen. There's a motivation for people to be corrupt and not be prosecuted. If there is that trend, people can actually be motivated to be more corrupt, knowing that nothing will happen actually to them. Next slide. So these are some of the forms of corruption that affect judicial makers fulfilling their respective roles. I'll read each of them. The first one being political interference. So when there's political interference, it actually influences the outcome of a civil case or a criminal trial. And also where judicial makers as well as victims and witnesses may also be bribed to influence the process and outcomes of the court case. Judicial makers may face extortion, that is, they are coerced to act corruptly under threat of violence or release damaging information. Judicial system makers may engage in nepotism to enable close contacts or family members to benefit from any gains it is in their discretion to distribute, such as awarding procurement contracts or security services. And the third and last one, there may be misuse of public funds and resources that result in trials being delayed or collapse. So those are some of the issues that I thought we should flag out. Next slide. Then it is also important to know that there is a correlation between the corruption perceptions index and also judicial effectively limiting powers. So if there is less powers or discretionary powers, we are likely to have less corruption in those countries. And where there are more discretionary powers, it actually affects the index. So it is something that we need to focus on as a country in terms of taking away discretionary powers, especially to the officers of the court. Next slide. Then there's also a relationship in countries where they do sanction people who are corrupt, they tend to have less corruption happen. So it is quite deterrent that if we sanction individuals that do corruption, we actually see an improvement in terms of the corruption index. So this is something that we need to look at. I think if you think about certain corruption cases, and then you look at the nature of judgments in terms of the sanctioning of the offense, you can actually tell that it does impact on the corruption perception index. Next slide. And in terms of the global theme, we also looked at the injustice that happens, and we felt that those people at the risk of discrimination actually are affected the most. Not everyone is actually affected the same way. People at the risk of discrimination suffer most. And of course, we also noted that corruption can prevent victims of discrimination from pursuing justice. And we are looking at people like women, people with disabilities, and all those people at the risk of discrimination. Yeah, so many other things we're looking at in terms of the nexus. I'll go to the next slide. Yeah, I will also talk about the trouble with the job, something that the world needs to know. Countries at the top of the CPI tend to have strong rule of law, well-functioning democratic institutions, and political stability. But ironically, those are the same reasons that attract corrupt officials from around the world to London in the world in those countries. So high performance are normally tax havens in secret jurisdictions. They do guarantee secrecy in terms of people investing their resources in those countries in terms of either shell companies or anonymous companies. As a result of public sector corruption, the CPI does not capture activities such as money laundering or foreign bribery, this is precisely where high-scoring countries' main weakness lies. So in terms of money laundering and foreign bribery, it does happen in those countries. And countries at the top of the index, such as Netherlands or Iceland, they have a poor record of prosecuting companies that violate conditions. Next slide. And of course, the role of accountants and lawyers is also not significantly. And I was reading a case in Angola where the daughter of the former president is actually being taken to court. And you can actually see the significant role of lawyers, consultants, in helping to launder money in these jurisdictions. And it is not captured in the CPR. And for decades, the corruption criminals have been able to set up anonymous companies, talked about it. Despite some recent progress, countries ranking high on the CPI are still not doing enough to tackle transitional corruption. In countries at the top of the CPI must eliminate financial secrecy laws. They should regulate and supervise accountants and lawyers, which often enables translational. Now go to the recommendations. The recommendations speak to the need to strengthen the independence of the justice system. And we need to promote merit-based rather than political appointments in the justice sector and ensure that the system is personnel and is properly resourced. Resourced in terms of financial and human resources. And we also need to make the justice sector more transparent. And those actors in the justice system also ought to be accountable. They need to be accountable. Next slide. We also need to introduce integrity and monitoring mechanisms and ensure that the special protections provided by members of the justice system perform their functions are not abused. In most cases, those special protections are abused, and the abuse may be prevented through either dedicated whistleblowing and reporting channels that allows either victims and those close to them to actually report, and also requirements for justice, prosecutors, and other regulators to disclose their assets and interests. Asset disclosure is very important when they assume duty, and it is also important to do that as a continuous monitoring process. And also ensuring that there is competitive remuneration that is commensurate to the work that is done. I think this is something that people in the justice sector always talk about. Where people are not properly remunerated, it is difficult to get corruption. And the conversation with one police officer who once worked in the UN system, and he actually told me that you will not have any motivation to be corrupt. Because if you are fully remunerated, there is no motivation whatsoever. Then, of course, promote cooperation within the justice. I think Honorable PG talked about the current efforts to ensure that the cooperation amongst anti-corruption and all the actors in the justice system, which include the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission, responsible for investigation of cases, the NPA, Zimbabwe Public Police, and the Judicial Service Commission. That cooperation helps in terms of ensuring reduce corruption. Next slide. Then we also need to improve access to justice, especially for those people at the risk of discrimination. So the first thing is to protect people's rights to access justice against impunity and also against corruption. And also some of the strategies to pursue include simplifying complex procedures, making legal procedures accessible to all, and also widening the definition of victims of corruption. to include non-state victims and granting qualified civil society organizations. We do have many civil society organizations working in the justice sector. They know to have the right to initiate and bring forward cases of corruption, whether criminal, civil, or administrative, and also represent the interests of the victims of corruption. Thank you.
Please, a big round of applause for Record Director of International Zimbabwe. So, a couple of highlights. Well, 149 out of 180. It is a slight improvement. I think we should look at at that level. We should look at the ranking that's more important. 24 out of 100, and a regional average of 33. Obviously, there are some recommendations made by TIZ, which make a lot of sense. And I have a feeling that the Prosecutor-General actually touched on these already. Some of the issues such as strengthening the independence of the justice system, make justice more transparent, introduce integrity and monitoring mechanisms, promote cooperation within the justice system, improve access to justice, expand avenues for accountability, and grant corruption cases. One thing that I have noticed, because I've been obviously doing a lot of these CPIs over the years with Transparency International Zimbabwe, and some of the old usual suspects keep popping up. For example, and no disrespect, it's always the police is up there, they're always up there at some point. The courts are up there as well. These are all reliable, if I can call them that. And I think it's about time we started backing away and chipping away at that. Because one of the issues about corruption, and it's an interesting, I'll tell you a very short story. It was Friday evening, and I think there was one of my indicators wasn't working, and the policeman said, he stopped me and he said, I'm going to take you to the central police station. So he said, I'll take you to central, and you'll spend the weekend in jail, because it's Friday night. Okay? So what do I do? I pull out a bit of money there. Yeah, because I don't want to spend the weekend in jail. So the policeman is actually threatening me to spend a weekend in jail or pay $10. Now, unfortunately, if that becomes endemic within all of us, we have a problem. And it has become endemic. Yeah, it's easier to pay than to get arrested, to sit there for 5 hours, to go to police central, but they should have just given me a ticket. That's all they should have done. Give me a ticket, I will sort it out on Monday, but I will pay the fine. And I think it's these sort of issues that the conversation needs to go. I'm only highlighting the police, but there's other organizations, of course, I'd like to talk about. Now that we are going to take a quick break for tea, I will ask if the Executive Director, Madam Chair, and of course, the National Prosecutor General, press will have a quick interview with you if you don't mind before we go. I know we'll be, Joyce Matanda Moyo will be going, but officers will be here with us. So we'll take a quick break for tea. What is the time now? 10:37. So we can be back here by 11 a.m. sharp. Please to continue our program. So please a big round of applause for everybody and formal presentation. Please, welcome as usual. Thank you.
anti-corruption reform. What we are doing there is to try to see how we are assessed internationally by Transparency International, and the component of the assessment, so that once we know the component of the assessment, we know where to improve our better will be there. If there is an assessment on political interference, we will see how we have scored for this component. If we score better, are we improved in dealing with the political interference? Are we improved in dealing with driver? It's tough with subcomponent. So once we understand how we are measured, how we are check. So that's basically what I'm working on with government, with development partners. So TIZ is very part of the process. We really appreciate their participation. So my understanding of that topic was basically on the impact. What is the impact of corruption? So we all know this. We all know the impact. And I like to be clever, trying to execute that before I get to the actual impact. So so I try first of all to define honest justice from my own understanding. What we mean by justice. So my insight was that it relates to the legal processes, legal norm application, and legal outcome of the justice system. So what we're talking about the way justice is delivered. We're not only talking about the vehicle, but the nature of the delivery. Not only the process, but the value called justice, but vehicle and the delivery of acting in the room is also involved in justice. Then I also comment that it's also focusing on the whole institutional architecture for justice. Like the body for administration, for management, for corporate government in the justice, in the field of justice. So this means the institution actually that we get in the justice sector, jails, NPA, law enforcement, police, like prison. I also comment that also touching on the different roles of different sectors. What is the role of the chairperson, of the PG, of the Prosecutor-General? So when I was sitting here, I was wondering if that chairperson was going to be what would he say? Almost nothing, isn't it? If this guy comes from the war and the experience chairperson on the so the different roles of different sectors, how they relate, how they cooperate, how they are involved, how they are all part of the sector. It then nature spotlight a big component of the value and principles in that system. We have good law. We have good laws that can be a standard. What is the value of those laws? Those laws get good law, good principles. So we have so many laws, but they don't get back to where we want. So I was going to say, I wish that chair was here. There is a we have this law called prevention of corruption, useless law. Oh, it's possible to apply. It's so difficult. Like one away with it in years last year. We have good law. Because we have good justice. No. But they have complex procedure for the inspector. So there are some laws that we have. We find ourselves saying we have this law, but not that law is applied. We want to be also like that. We can see from corruption act, which is now used on. So the nature of the law for the value also is part of my definition of justice. When I was also defining justice, most people focus on judicial, on the judicial, because it's justice. Then it should be justice. And it's to volunteer. Most people live out at the forms of justice that behave in Zimbabwe. That's critical for justice delivered. So, apart from the judiciary, law enforcement, police, CID, and there was a study by the chair that says the police are high, they are corrupt, they are high, they play the game so well, right? And I think AP was talking about $18 for the late, the wicked, jail, because of that late indication. I remember at that time when I was talking, they said my number of life not working. Even today, number of plate, make number of plate life not working. I'm like, I don't know how to pay for. Can you drive? Can't pay for. So most now the life are much people. So they wanted me to have it now. The light on in the day because of the matter. There was no way you can do it for unless you can. So I said, if you can't do it on yourself, I'm not doing it. So the other day when they said, no, you're rejected, then I'm not married, you know. So that's the message. And I told you at the national high, the this is big, then this is low. So the police, so law enforcement, they are a critical core in justice delivery. They are a critical actor. Then the NPA, I would say much. The prison system, yes, they are also usually ignored. They are part of our justice institution. Critical in many ways. Then there's another form of justice that is called administrative justice that people forget. But we get in touch with this every day. So I'll give you an example. Immigration, for example, visas. If you denied a visa or if you denied a passport or a legal license, or if you applied for any administrative license, mining license. So they tell you you can appeal to the Secretary of Mines, you can appeal to the minister, you can appeal to this, right? Are we getting justice from administrative bodies? That is the form of justice that's so important, right? In the rural areas, the way they deal with ITs, for example, the massive research or documentation, right? That is the form of justice. Are we getting justice? Are we getting adequate justice from these administrative authorities that we have interaction with every day? So we have public regulatory authorities, there are the legal licenses, all the licenses that we have. Then we have local authorities. There are so many things that they deliver to people, and then they maintain our few mechanisms that we must activate if we are not satisfied. Are they working to our satisfaction? So those are quasi-judicial mechanisms of justice, but we really use them every day. Then we have special agencies. Every agency that is given power by the law to determine a dispute has got a contribution to justice delivery. If those agencies are acting in an arbitrary manner, with too much discretion, like what Sabata said, then that is an impact on what? On justice delivered in a country. Because before you go to court, you have to use these systems of justice, right? Before you can appeal to court, right? You have to use them. Somebody takes your land, and then you have to appeal to the provincial land officer and says, no, come on, I want to deal with your case. Or no, he is right. Somebody takes your state, and then you have to go to, So there are so many other forms of justice here that people forget. Then informal justice. Are we getting enough justice in the informal courts, in the customary courts? Are they good enough to exist in Zimbabwe? Or they've been ignored in the assessment of justice? Transparency International, when they are measuring justice in a country, do they take into account our customary courts that most people use when in rural areas, or they just go to our Supreme Court and High Court? Can we still defend the existence of customary courts? Are they delivering the justice that we want or not? So I also checked whether then other forms, ADR, arbitration. Arbitration is a major form of justice. If you have to go to arbitration for resolution of a dispute, are you what you want? Are the arbitrators independent? are they delivering justice? If it's mediation, if it's conciliation, right? Then tribunals, private tribunals, local tribunals, regional tribunals, international tribunals, they are also part of what? Justice. So this, when I was checking on corruption in the justice sector, I was focusing on all these issues. Right? I wanted to show the cancerous nature of corruption to the institution, to social institutions, political institutions, and also economic institutions. Next slide, please. Then, when I was going to the major objectives or values that underpin justice, this is important because once these values are corroded, once these values are eroded, once they are rusted, once they are rusting, is they rusted? Once they rust, right, the system is corroded, isn't it? So you have to check every component of the justice system to check whether it is corroded or not. So I picked a few components that are in the strategic plan for JSC, for NPA, for the prisons, or for the police as well. It will be financial autonomy. Finances, they are terrible twins, right? Personal gain. You want to gain in favor, you want to gain some financial benefit. Do we have justice institutions that are financial autonomy? Do they have sustainable financial frameworks? The PG was saying they've managed to get 26 million, 100 million or something for feature and things like that. Are we also using the money to pay our prosecutors? I wanted to ask you, how are we, what approaches are we moving to ensure sustainability of NPA so that there's no ultimate dependence or outright dependence on the state, right? Are our institutions independent? By independence, I don't want to adopt a uniform definition of independence. The independence of judges is different from the independence of a policeman. It's different from the independence of a prosecutor. Prosecutorial independence is so different from the independence required by a judge. But in the context of their work, are they independent or they are so much connected to other external and internal influences that can damage their neutrality? Accountability, are all these institutions promoting or accepting accountability and transparency as a value system? Access to justice, are they promoting, are they working towards promotion of access to justice? And also, are they accessible to everyone? So groups, leave no one behind, leave no place behind, that kind of approach. Then what is the quality of the services that they are delivering? Are we happy with the police? Are we happy with the prosecutors? Are we happy with the prisoners, the prison guards? Are they called prison guards? No, official. Right? Are we happy with the quality of justice? Or we're just saying, guys, no, that means not right. Then are all these justice sector institutions working to improve the system or they are working to destroy it? Are they declining in the quality of service that they are offering or they are actually going up? Then are there good collaborations or they are working in silos? Is there public confidence and trust? Are they working towards promoting public confidence and trust? Do we trust prosecutors? Do we trust the judges? Do we trust ministers? Do we trust their appointments? Do they have integrity and do they have good human capital management practices? Are they organized? Do they have order? Do they practice good government? So all these values can be corroded because of corruption, right? All these values can be meaningless if institutions of justice are captured by corrupt networks, by corrupt cartels. Next slide, please. So I took a few of them, a few of these values to study how they can be corrupted or the impact of corruption on these values. So I took, for example, financial autonomy and sustainability. So corruption can corrode financial autonomy and sustainability. And once financial autonomy and sustainability is corroded, you will see that there's too much self-investment, personal gain, and this leads to complete budgetary dependence of justice institutions on the executive. There's complete dependence. You want money, you want money, more salaries, more chairs, more. So there's maybe no attempt at accountability, right? There was a good approach by JSC to say money from the fines that they collect must be shared, isn't it? I think of the JSC who started the police raid also want the money, NPA raid also want the money. So that was a very good approach to trying to share the money that is coming into the system without surrendering it to the state. There's also low budgets leading to bribery because then there's the justice sector capture by wealth and powerful cartels, selective justice based on who pays the highest price. So justice is enterprise. I also call it somewhere commodification. Justice is not a commodity, that is what the market. You pay the highest, you pay the highest price, you get justice. Then there's absence of motivation for sustainability as people chase self-enrichment. On independence, the impact of corruption on independence is that you have a capture of justice sector institutions by the executive and other networks, right? And these institutions can be captured by external and internal, internal systems, right? What do I mean by that? The judiciary, for example, must be independent from external influence, but also be independent from itself. You don't want a chief justice who tells judges what to do, how to print, how to read the book every time, where which judge must go to a conference, which must do this, that. You don't want a system to have these big, powerful people who capture the system itself. Right? If you are part of organizations that are big, you know these are the powers. This control how we play the head, right? So if there's corruption, you have captured by state and powerful institutions. You have political interference, commodification of justice, also partiality, injustice for the poor and vulnerable groups, authoritarianism, whereby checks and balances are not implemented. There's no checks and balances. You can't tell the judiciary cannot do their job. They cannot do judicial review of actions. Next slide, please. On judicial accountability, you have the courts that do not think that you have institutions such as the courts that don't think that they're accountable to anybody. Right? They just do what they do and they feel it's right. They don't feel that they're accountable to the people or they're accountable to the concept of justice or they have to answer to their own. So if there's no judicial accountability, you have impunity. You have got wild decisions. We have read well from some of our judges. We have also read about vetting decisions by prosecutors that are so well. There's no evidence. You see, Reza saying, Mr. Reza, the police must bring people with evidence. There was evidence. There is 20 kg of gold. Right? So, accountability to justice. Right? Is the judiciary or are these actors living by their oath of office? Are they accountable for justice? We have yet a system whereby there's a link between the perpetrators of crime and the judicial officer or a law enforcement. Conflicts of interest, right? Patterns of trials reaching preordained outcomes. But it's just a catch and release. Don't worry, 2 days and go. Surely, I think 40 hours, you release a person, you try to things like that. Night justice kangaroo court, I think we had a case that people are calling night. Was it an election case or something? Midnight case, 10 p.m. Right? Called the dangers of electronic case management system. You can do a hearing at midnight. Right? Night justice. You don't understand what's happening. It's so opaque. You don't know what's happening. There is no disciplining of people who commit crimes or who have committed misconduct. Let transparency in general impose principle. Then access for justice to justice very important. If there is, you are sure not to promote access to justice. There's only justice for a few or a select few, and the majority of the population cannot access judicial services. So I just picked these three to demonstrate most of the impact that corruption has once the objectives of justice or the components of justice are corroded. But all the other objectives that I left out, integrity, efficiency, good governance, once they are corroded, right, you are sure that the whole machine of justice is destroyed. and does not function. The next slide, please. Court of justice. So those are the impact of the conduct. Court of justice says if there's corruption, there's unfairness, inequality, unjustified delays, poor jurisprudence, blame game. Why did the police bring them to us? There was no evidence, there was room for arrest. Why was he acquitted? Things like that. No, it was the contract. The Chimayo cases, for example. The criminal cases or they are public procurement cases. Are they civil or criminal? Is it the state who inserted the provision or just those kind of things? Blame the man, no. It's the prosecutors, it's the police, it's the court, it's the prison system, all those kind of things. Then the collaboration, what there's a system that is corrected, there's no cooperative governance, there's a silo approach, you are doing your own thing without that whole government approach. What is the whole government approach? Whereby you take all institutions in the same bracket, once you are working on the same thing. Complicated procedures for cooperation. Once you have procedures for cooperation of agencies that are complicated, you don't want corruption, you don't want collaboration. Once it is so difficult for the NPA boss to meet that boss to meet the Chief Justice, forget about collaboration, forget about the fight against corruption. So if it's a whole government fight, you need simplified procedures, formal and informal, for justice in the streets, collaborate to meet anytime, discuss anytime, without they have to check it, right? Fantastic. Ed is saying he's giving me 5 minutes. I'm almost done. That's a lot of time. There's a lack of shared understanding. So if there's no justice sector collaboration, there is a fight on the meaning of the law. The understanding by the police on evidence, for example, on technological evidence, is different from how the prosecutors understand technological evidence. It's also different from how the judges interpret technological evidence. Let's say there's a social media evidence. Somebody, a public official, has gone out of the country, bought cars for government, and said each double cable was 200,000. And then somebody watched them and has a receipt to say these cars are 100,000. But everything is not social media. So if there is no understanding on the meanings of legal conduct or legal position between justice or among justice sector institutions, there's trouble. If the questions are no, although we have received this evidence, our view is that it's not, it doesn't have probative value problem. If the prosecutors think that this is not good enough evidence, then the case is vetted out. It won't go to trial. If the police think that this evidence is important, when the next level of prosecution is not conflict altogether. So if there is no collaboration in terms of the parameters of the law, you will not convict anybody. You will not convict anybody. You will not proceed to trial with anybody. You will not succeed in the fight against corruption. So I just thought that I had to flag that out. It's very important in other countries. You know, there's competition. I always tell NPA to say, look at what JS is doing. They are building courts. And within those courts, they are giving some room. Build your own institution. Look for funding, I don't know how. Build your own NPA offices. Right? So that the cooperation becomes very fair on an equal basis. So that you don't seem to be like saying, JSC, thank you very much for building Chinoi High Court. We will also take 20 rooms for officers. Build your own officers close by. Justice must be seen to be done, not only be done, right? So that's, next slide, please. I just want to do my final conclusion. There's no doubt that corruption in the justice sector is dangerous for socio-economic and political development. It undermines everything that is good about good government, about macroeconomic policies and other local, regional, and international values. It destroys institutions. It destroys social and moral values in the nation. I'll give you an example of an institution that I think was destroyed by corruption. Before the public procurement regulatory authority, we had a board called State Procurement Board. shenanigans were happening there. Deep and serious shenanigans. I witnessed one shenanigan in 2014-15. I was part of a committee, right? Corruption destroyed the relevance of that board in Zimbabwe, right? Totally destroyed it. So corruption can destroy institutions. It can destroy social and moral values. I think we are very clear on that. So my other mandate was to go to the what? To the recommendation out, because they have been what? They have been they are done by the father. But my biggest call is, let's pass whistleblower legislation and witness protection legislation. Let's destroy, abolish Prevention of Corruption Act and have a good law. The Prevention of Corruption Act precedes everything that we know about anti-corruption. But it was there, 96 or something, somewhere there. It has not lived to any purpose. It has worked as a big obstacle to the fight against corruption, complicated the principles, procedures, everything. Let's pass the Whistleblower Act, let's pass Witness Protection Act, let's have a new Prevention of Corruption Act that speaks to what our constitution is saying, that speaks to the lessons we have learned from our fight against corruption in the past 10 years. Thank you very much.
Please let's give him another round of applause. We won't let you go just yet. I'm sure you're looking for commands to ask questions for clarification of what you just presented. So in so saying, please allow me to hand over the proceedings now to my co-facilitator, and he will take us through the final discussion.
Thank you very much indeed. It was interesting when we were having a discussion earlier, and I think the Prosecutor-General said this about morals, ethics, integrity, and it's an interesting concept because those issues are critical in fighting corruption. But as we know, it appears that our society has changed so much. Everybody's looking to make money, and if you where you go, including just talking to people, there's always what do we call it? Side hustle. So I think it's very important that we build on those and reintroduce them back into our society. Now, I'd like to just welcome, please, up to the podium from the Ministry of Justice. Please give them a big round of applause, Mr. El Kabara. Please, Mr. Kabara, can you come up? From the FPA, Mr. Chiwambira. Please, Mr. Chiwambira, if you don't mind. Please, a big round of applause. Dr. Naude from ZAC. Doctor, where are you, Doctor? There you are. And NGO Forum, Miss, is that Senderai? Have I got that right? Oh, there you are. Thank you. Please, a big round of applause. Next time we want to see two ladies up here, not only one. Thank you. Grab a seat. Now, guys, before we get into specific questions for all of you, and if there's a big sorry, I must say that the Law Society did send apologies. Prof, yes, academia, of course, Doc, I've become. Right, thank you. Okay, guys, so just to start off, just a very simple question for each of you. You've seen the report, 2023 Corruption Perceptions Index launched. The report is now officially out. Zimbabwe, 149 out of 180, score of 24. So just very brief comments from all of you in terms of what you think about the score, and maybe very quickly why you think Zimbabwe hasn't really improved. Sure, the numbers we've only got up one from 23 to 24. Okay, so that's not a lot, but maybe just a quick recap of what you think of the report.
Morning to us all. I don't take the report positive, although it showed slight. The man on the street doesn't know any so to speak, and I feel as we're getting into a season of changing legislative framework of corruption, it is a time for us to come up with activities, pinpoint activities with non-markers that can actually improve corruption in Zimbabwe, and the men on the street would know that there's a change in this space.
Thank you. So I think based on the report, as with anything, you will see that things do take time. But in my view, when I look at corruption, I always try to look at it in its relationship with human rights violations. And when I see that the report picks out that there's not really much of an improvement, we've not really seen that much movement, for me, it also speaks to how I perceive how the human rights trajectory will also move in relation to there being not much movement in regards to addressing corruption. Thank you.
Also, Dr. Parker mentioned discrimination amongst those that are more vulnerable.
I won't say much. All it says is that it's way too. That's what that should be. Good thing we have not digressed, we have not gone down. There's a lot that we should and a lot that we can do.
As you said, under 50 years of fail, even in exams. So,
Thank you very much. Allow me to submit my ideological contestation of the mechanics of the report in terms of how they arrived at either the 24 or how they arrived at 49. Given that as a country we are having a lot of basket of initiatives which we think could have been taken into account, because in a simple experiment we need to have a before and after in our results. But the interventions that are actually being done in Zimbabwe are not actually being taken into account.
okay, thank you. I think Executive Director will comment on that. We have a plenty session later.
Thank you. So I welcome any form of improvement. I think we've done like 7 places. The beginning of the numbers, I welcome the improvement. Do better, do better. I also want to think that the more we interact with the national institutions that collect information on, the more they can motivate us, or the more they can teach us how what to focus on to improve. So I welcome the improvement. Next year we'll improve again at 7, so that will be coming highest improvers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now then, let me put the question to the Ministry of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. I looked at recently the Speaker of the House came up with laws that were going to be discussed and debated and approved or not in this Parliament. Of course, that is now sitting. One thing I noticed in particular was there was no Whistleblower Protection Act on that list that he mentioned. So, of course, the question is, could you give us an update on progress on that? What is going to happen? Is it going to actually go through this Parliament or not?
Thank you so much. I'll go please. No, not in this one. What happens is the state is developing process that we are at not parliamentary level. We are at what they call the political level, where the government of the day makes its proposition. The powers to make laws is parliamentary. So the government of the day is in the process of making in the next 3 months, like 3 months, and in the next 3 months, the political process is making law will be done. Then we hand over to Parliament. When we hand over to Parliament, they also have to go through their consultations, and it is most likely on the next agenda, the next sitting, the next session of the Parliament that these bills are going to be most likely.
Most likely, I hope so. Now, just before we pass the mic on, it's all well and good having whistleblower protection laws in place, but if I refer to Namibia, they had a whistleblower protection law, but they didn't have the enabling infrastructure around it. Here I'm talking about trained staff, encrypted reporting systems, even rewards, reports, and so forth. How are you going to be working in tandem with that in terms of getting it passed in Parliament as well as putting in place the enabling environment? And I'm sure that probably revolves around Zach, and I'm sure Zach can probably also answer that as well.
Okay. Well, what we're trying to do is not just to bring about the Whistleblowers Act as it is. We're also trying to amend the urban corruption commission bill. We're also trying to build to bring in the Whistleblowers Act, the witness protection. There's slightly different. Then the next activity after this is trying to do an overhaul of the whole system. Legally. What we're making also develop systems and guidelines, and they're planning to use that is senior public officials. So my take is probably this year, and I need those people always say we are tired of hearing this, but we secure funding to overhaul the legislative system. So by the end of this year, I think we'll be pushing everything on the legal front in a better way than it is now, create an environment that enables everybody else to at least legally.
Thank you. Madam, human rights, you did mention this, of course, it is your portfolio. So the question is, how do corruption cases currently impact the enjoyment of human rights by us citizens?
Thank you for that. So I think I'll speak to the impacts of the relationship to corruption and how it relates to impunity, human rights violations cases. So I think one of the consequences we see here with continued corruption in its relation to human rights violation and enjoyment is that there is lack of accountability, transparency, and integrity in addressing human rights violations. So we see that there will be an undermining of the accountability mechanisms in place to address human rights violations. But also we see that with the prevalence of corruption within the justice system, I think the justice system includes the judiciary and law enforcement agencies. I think this includes prosecutors, the courts, the magistrates, and what have you. This contributes to high levels of impunity with regards to human rights violations because there is manipulation of cases, there is also protection of perpetrators, there is also a hindrance of the prosecution of human rights abusers. Another consequence that we also see with continued corruption with regards to the realization and enjoyment of human rights, we see weak institutional capacity. So low institutional capacity can lead to delays, inefficiencies, and lack of proper follow-through mechanisms on human rights cases. So this, in the long run, strengthens impunity where perpetrators are concerned. I think Dr. Sabo also spoke about the consequence of impaired independence of the judiciary. So when the judiciary is influenced and controlled by corrupt practices or people with that power, this can hinder impartiality and fairness in addressing human rights trials and cases. So this, in the long run, also compromises their ability to hold perpetrators to account. Another consequence that we also see is the deterrence of reporting and lack of trust. So with continued corruption and also in relation to people being able to enjoy their rights fully, this diminishes the confidence in the justice system of either the victims of human rights violations or witnesses who have seen human rights violations within the communities. So at the end of the day, you will see that victims fear retaliation and they believe their complaints will not be taken seriously, even in the most deserving cases. Then there's also the issue of lack of trust. So lack of trust and reluctance to report incidents becomes something that is of a concern. So it instead defends impunity and creates an enabling environment for human rights abuses and violations to fester. Then I'll speak to the last being that one of the consequences of corruption in relation to human rights enjoyment is that it fuels inequality. So the realization of socio-economic rights for all is actually impeded. Once inequalities deepen in the communities, and how we see these inequalities is that they are characterized by the corrupt publicly benefiting from their actions without sanction, And also we see it through the eyes of the ordinary citizen being a mere spectator to the actions of the crime. So at the end of the day, you will see that this, in the long run, negatively impacts social cohesion as citizens move further away from having a unified position and understanding on the long-term impacts of unaddressed corruption. Then in the long term, you will see that corruption left unaddressed for a prolonged period can most likely lead to political instability and social unrest. So when confidence is lost in democratic and corruption institutions, and when ordinary people feel like they are not being heard, this can lead to increased protests, demonstrations, and ultimately political upheaval. So citizens will be doing this because it will be apparent that they have tried to exhaust all other methods and remedies to express their discomfort and dissatisfaction. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to throw another question at you, ma'am. You then talked about public trust, and I think one thing that's really obvious when you talk to anybody, citizen, is what they perceive as the different ways grand corruption and petty corruption are dealt with. No, I'm coming to the MPA because, of course, you see that some people, bigwigs or people who have been accused, of course, I say accused, of stealing large amounts of money walk scot-free, and of course, me who steals $100 gets 5 years in jail. So let's tie that in with your thoughts on what can be done or what efforts you believe are being done to maintain the independence of the and also to obviously prevent corruption within it.
So I think the first protocol would be obviously to reform the judiciary such that it is seen as independent, but also we also see its actions also speaking to its independence. And also the judiciary is the vehicle through which I think we want to see justice. So I think Dr. Kabona spoke about the perception of justice being seen to be realized. So a reformation of the judiciary may be in consideration, but also I think within the judiciary, some of the issues also speak to technical capacity. I think there may be need for continued technical support, capacitating, enforcement agencies within the judiciary for them to fully and effectively discharge their mandates. So technical capacity needs to be enhanced, the judiciary may need to reform, but also at the end of the day, is the political will within the institution to do the right thing, to deliver justice. So if there's no political will, at the end of the day, we are going nowhere slowly. Thank you.
I must be honest, I always hear this word political will, and I'm trying to understand what it means, because I always say if the laws are there, they should be followed and it should happen. It's all about political will, I suppose, unless we're talking about some people not getting and others without fear or favor. But I hear you. Thank you so much. NPA, before I get into one of the questions, an interesting point, 2 points. Your Prosecutor General obviously stood up and told us exactly what you're going to do. She's even put it on Twitter, exactly what the NBA is going to do, particularly about corruption. She explained it. 2 issues, of course. My first question is the perception, because perception becomes reality about big fish getting away with it, small fish going to jail. And let's go to the theme of today's policy, which is, of course, corruption within the justice system. And you heard various speakers. Tafazwa, on his presentation, talked about how it's common for lawyers to bribe magistrates, prosecutors to be bribed, and so on and so forth. Maybe you could also emphasize what you're going to do. The PGF alluded to it. What you are going to do to stop that type of corruption, so that court cases are judged on their merit, not judged on money. So those are the 2 questions.
All right. So I'll start with the first part. It's about the perception, what people see and how it tends to shape and become our reality. You will note that previously the NPA has been very silent. We had a time where the NPA was not out, was very few in terms of communication. Now, as you rightly note, the Prosecutor-General has emphasized as one of the strategic initiatives of 2024 that ultimately we prosecute in terms of the Constitution. And in terms of the social contract, we do it on behalf of the country. So one of the strategic initiatives for this year that the Prosecutor-General has introduced is that the NPA shall be communicating with members of the public, step by step, stage by stage. I will give an example. For the lawyers in this room, they will acknowledge and admit that in this country, according to our laws, bail is a constitutional right. Bail obviously is the fact that when one has been arrested and there's been an allegation, they have the right to attend trial coming from the country of their home, unless there are specific important reasons that advance that have been given to say that Mr. Andy Hodges is a flight risk, trying to run away, let's have him incarcerated in trial. That's a legal principle. Now we have what people call big fish, or what I want to refer to as politically exposed personnel, people of financial needs. So the moment that a person is arrested, obviously the media will do its work. Pictures, the stories, they're everywhere. And my grandmother in Saturday, she's reading this. She sees there is a deputy minister, there is a director of the what is it? Now, when this person comes to court, very few people would then know that the start point is that this person should get bail. That is what our laws say. So the prosecution, the NPA has the tough task to then convince the court, be it the judge, the magistrate, that no, this person is a flight risk. This person is a previous offender. This person has attempted to influence investigation witnesses, so they should be denied bail. So many a time you then get the headline that comes tomorrow morning that says patient released after being arrested, so and so has been granted bail to 500. And there's always the picture, the top of the herald of the news day with the person walking out of a magistrate court. And obviously the general public is bound to cry. So what we have set as a strategic initiative as the NPA is to say, from now on, we want to explain this process. We want my grandmother in the rural area to be able to know that there is an application and person will get arrested. Chances are very high they may get bail if there are no grounds to deny them bail. But it does not mean that the system is supported them and release it. Let's look at the bigger picture. The bigger picture is to say, at the end of the trial, if the person is committed, they should be committed. I'll give an example. We had a case about the deputy minister. The allegations are from 3-4 years back. Was placed on remand and they granted bail. And I remember letting boldly catch and release because the individual was still a minister. Late last year, the same individual was now convicted. So it means that there is no longer an issue of where they should be incarcerated. So as the NPA, the first stage or step that we have taken is to communicate the message. That's why you comment that late the PG has communicated by Twitter, by Facebook. And you will notice as we move forward that at every court we shall have people who are updating constantly. Because the idea is to build public confidence in the institution. And you do that when the public then knows what you're doing, why you're doing it, and within what legal parameters. So that's the first one. And then you have talked of corruption within the institution, where there's been a cry that people are bribing magistrates, people bribe prosecutors. Obviously, I cannot deny this. But like what the Prosecutor-General said earlier on, let's also look within ourselves as citizens in the Republic. Let's look within ourselves as lawyers. Many a times, being a lawyer myself, I invested lawyer. People are complaining. The director says that there was a time that people didn't say, we don't want to go to the magistrate court because there's a lot of corruption there, justice is for sale. Who's buying it? Becomes my question. Justice only becomes for so when the lawyers themselves are there. So, as a citizen, we have become the people who would rather, right now, I accuse you of stealing from you. Know very well you haven't taken anything. But rather than take your chances to go to court, you will feel the need to want to pay something. So corruption is twofold. While this is the NPA, we will not look at any of our officers engaged in corruption. The PGs repeatedly say that anyone who is fingered in corruption will face the risk. But we also then will be looking at the lawyers themselves, because they are the enablers of corruption.
They are the same ones who then bring the money to the magistrate, if need be. So it becomes an issue of stopping it within the institution and also asking other stakeholders, such as the law society, for example, to also have it within their members to know that you do not engage in corruption.
How are you going to make it difficult? Because I heard the PG say that you're going to be putting in place things or mechanisms to make it difficult for this to happen.
Yes. Number one, what we have done, the strategic initiative in 2024, we are going to be monitoring all cases, the case by case level. The first indicator or the first way to make it difficult for corrupt individuals is to do what we call an individualized result-based management case system. Where we look at a case, we see that this is the third case. True witness will give you a week, you should be done. We look at a case, we say that this is maybe complicated matter, complicated case, at best in 9 weeks, the case should be done. Because we have seen that the longer cases drag on, the more we give opportunity for corrupt elements to come in. So the first thing that we do is we monitor cases. The second thing is we punish, and we punish sternly all those that are fingered in corruption. We have to set an example. Within the NPA, it has been made clear to all our officers that anyone who is fingered in corruption is going to have to use it. So in that way, we deter. And the third thing is we reward. That's also what the PG has said. The PG has said that we are then going to be looking at all our officers. Those who have a clean bill of health, if I may say, they are going to go out. Those that keep getting fingered, this funny story, you'll be 75 and you're an officer. Life goes on.
Before I move on, because it's an important question, and I wanted Zach to respond to you. One of the major criticisms that I've received when we're doing our research is the standard of dockets. And we hear a lot of prosecutions saying that the dockets that are being brought to court are not sufficient to prosecute some of the corrupt offenders. What's your view?
Now, that depends. And I say that depends because I obviously have that. But I'll tell you this, that's not a thing of the past. Because the moment we say the dockets that are being brought to court are it means as the NPA will abdicate our role. Traditionally and constitutionally, the role of the NPA is to provide organization. Implying that if it's SAC that has arrested someone, if it's the state RP, obviously they will do the investigation, they'll gather the investigation. But ultimately, the guidance, the leadership should come from the NPA. So, in other words, why is it won't be the NPA that does the evidence collection, but it's the NPA that is responsible for what is in the document. So, that is more or less the way of just casting out the blame. It's like the father coming in the home and then saying, you know what, there's no food to eat. There's no food to eat because you can buy it by home. So, I believe that we should and we have gone past the blame game. It's a thing of the past. As long as the docket is there, because look at it this way, let's look at the big corruption case. It's very seldom and it's very rare for that other country to decline about controlling of them. There's always some coordination. So how do you get to a point where you say this is dislocated? When you've been part of the process all the time, you're the lawyer, the NPA will provide the legal guidance. So the PG has come out and has said that such excuses, they don't exist anymore.
Dr. Anewode, obviously now is Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission. So you heard some of the comments being made with the investigator, and of course the topic of the report, the CPI report, is corrupt judiciary and the justice system. And one of the things that, again, even speaking to your own chair last year and speaking to yourself and even chair, was the issue of resources. Because it's all well and good us expecting Zach to come down heavily on all corrupt citizens, wherever they may be, but it does tie in to your financial and technical resources. So I think there are other issues you could comment on. Of course, you heard by the previous panelists, but also on that one. How can we maybe mobilize? I think the chief is here, from the senators here. How can we mobilize more resources, more technical? Do you need that to be effectively fighting corruption? Because the way I look at it, you could be possibly under-resourced.
Thank you very much. We acknowledge the Zimbabwe Corruption Commission, the efforts and the support that we are receiving from the government in terms of the consolidated revenue fund. And apparently, we've been supported in terms of driving the national anti-corruption strategy, which was launched in 2019. And the past 4 years, Commission has been very supportive, and they've also been embarking on a massive decentralization. And apparently now they've got offices in Bulawayo, offices in Bweru, Mutare, Chinoi, Ndora, which means it's evidence of resources that we're getting. But in economics, you would agree that more is better, but we acknowledge that we are being supported. Thank you.
I would say that Zach's key result area is conviction. It makes sense, doesn't it? I understand the in place the enabling environment and the anti-corruption strategy and so forth. But from our viewpoint, we want to see Zach bringing people to the NPA who are then convicted for corruption. How would you rate yourself? What type of convictions are you getting? Because again, I think the NPA said this communication is critical. If you don't communicate, we make our own assumptions. How are you doing to use that in terms of bringing people to justice? I heard the PG talk about 80% for non-economic and I think 50-something% for economic crimes. How is that?
Thank you very much. And let me correct you that in terms of the Constitution, Section 255, is mandated to combat corruption and abuse of power. So this major key out here is the investigation part of it, not the conviction.
But we hope that investigation will lead to that. Yeah.
In the same constitution, we have chapter 51 institutions, what with the NPA, and fighting corruption like a relay, as we do the investigations, like you actually pointed after the investigations, which can be also prosecutor-led, then the document is compiled, and then it is also taken through the process of the judicial process. And we are trying to do this in the context of the relevant policies, the national development policies. Like, most of these institutions are actually aimed towards strengthening governance process. So fighting corruption is everyone's right, and it's also everyone's role. You would agree with me that when we are actually implementing the national strategy, there are also various stakeholders in the various pillars. Pillar for deterrence, pillar for citizenship empowerment, pillar for whistleblower, pillar for public demand for accountability, as well as political parties. So you find that we take this multi-agency response in terms of corruption. And as we can actually talk about the issue of pillar number 2, which talks about structures for deterrence. Exactly, we also put MOUs with partners like the Revenue Authority, National Prosecution Authority, the Judicial, to ensure that we checks the balance in terms of investigation. So if we are to read, we can say through the complementary efforts coming from other institutions, we are doing well in terms of
before I let you go and come to talk, one issue, of course, of the report is corruption within the judicial system. I understand, of course, you're investigating those who are corrupt. We have vacancies outside the system. But what do you do about inside the system? So I'm sure, obviously, you have to investigate these cases or people complaining that magistrates are being corrupted, prosecutors are being corrupted. What is that doing about that?
As the Environmental Commission, we appreciate that the public's expectations in terms of our mandate, public expectations, and we very much appreciate that. What we normally do is that as we look at the Environmental Commission, we've got different departments within our commission. We've got the Department for Compliance. This department has actually been going into various institutions to ensure that they build internal mechanisms and empower these institutions through setting up of integrity committees, through actually signing of integrity pledges. So that at the end of the day, we are saying, give a man or woman a fish, teach him how to catch the fish, so that tomorrow he or she eat them forever. So these empowerment strategies are also anchored through issues of public awareness, as well as evidence-based, research. With the environment research and knowledge management unit within SAC, which then looks into those issues to ensure that whatever strategies that we propose are informed by evidence. We appreciate that corruption is everywhere, it's endemic, but we take a very scientific way of dealing with such issues.
Before I let you go, your views, Whistleblower Protection Act is only going to be coming in possibly in the next parliament, or at least the next sitting of parliament. I'm sure Zach has been agitating the authorities to get that passed quickly. Your views on that?
Thank you very much. Zach has been agitating through the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, specifically pillar number 4. And we are happy in terms of the submissions and the progress that has been done so far, and we are anticipating this promulgation. Thank you.
Doc, let me come to you. Thank you for your presentation, by the way. I have 2 questions for you. I mentioned this to T. I mentioned the fact that it appears as if corruption is now so ingrained in us as Zimbabweans that you can't assume that the magistrates, the prosecutors, they're also Zimbabweans. So they're also out there as well, facing the same corruption that we face on a daily basis. So my question is what to do about that? My second question is that we seem to have this impression that when we talk about corruption, everyone says, yes, we know what it is and it's bad, okay? So the question I ask is, in academia, whether it be starting at junior school, wherever it is, secondary school, up to tertiary education, how much is corruption taught to our youth? Because if we teach them about what corruption is at the bottom, hopefully by the time they get to our age or younger, they'll be able to understand and fight it. What do you mean?
Can you guys smile? So, Dora, I was saying that is a vibrant stage of knowledge management unit, very vibrant, very good, because he is the departmental chair of that unit. Thank you. At least you guys. So the first question, the endemic nature of corruption in society. What do you think must be done or something like that? Yeah, I think I agree that corruption is so endemic in Zimbabwe. It's so endemic, even to small kids who are taking in the streets. 10 years, 11 years. All these kids who are selling tomatoes along this main road, you can really feel that there's corruption. So even uneducated, educated, uneducated, intellectual, non-intellectual, everything, powerful, weak, it's so integrated in us that we need a reset. Reset, default set. I don't know what must be our default set. But I totally feel that our sanctions, our benefit and what? The sanction system. What does that call it? Our sanction system, the way we sanction, the way we punish, is not good enough. It's not good enough. I'll give you a case without mentioning the names. Somebody's convicted of trying to smuggle 6 kg of gold. It is given a fine. And I know it sounds like you afford to pay the fine to be tried, right? So the sanction system is so bad. If you look at China, some countries have got the harshest of on corruption, and it is weight. Once people know that if you are convicted, this is the penalty you're going to face, it will go everywhere. If you commit corruption, your hands will be cut off, or it's like imprisonment. I think China is a very good example. We have this relationship with China, investment, economic relationship, but we have not steal from China that aspect of the ecosystem. The punishment, the sanction system, and so much that looks a lot. Because the benefits of our anti-corruption fight must outweigh the cost of, must outweigh the attraction. I think that we have society we have failed to make corruption more expensive than not being corrupt. Committing corruption must be more expensive, more dangerous than not committing corruption. So we must inculcate in this generation, in our society, that approach to say, once you commit, this is the thing that we get, and there's benefits that outweigh compliance with the law. For academia, are we doing anything? I don't think academia is doing enough. academic institutions, universities, primary school, secondary. I don't think they're teaching integrity studies. I discussed this with 2014 with TIZ, objective, on establishing a transparency, corruption, integrity studies school somewhere. I don't know whether education work. I think it can work if it's complemented. But we are not teaching a lot of anti-corruption behavior in schools. I'm a lecturer. Last week, put the master students like, doc, wow, I want to buy you lunch. I feel this course, this that. It's so endemic. The students come and they're like, look, let's go for that. Look, do not do well. I can't do that. It's busy. So it's so endemic in students. So much endemic. Getting the place. So I think we must do something more.
You make a good point there, because I think a lot of people believe corruption is me giving you money. And like, here you go around the corner. But there's so many different forms of corruption. And people sort of think, I'll take you out for lunch. You say that's corruption. No, I'll just take you out. Okay, not understanding the undertones of that. So maybe that from an academic perspective, in terms of what corruption is, it sounds weird. It's a weird question because we're sitting here, of course, in corruption presented in its report. But I think a lot of people don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. I think our definition, our understanding is that there must be financial gain. But the way the father defined it, personal gain, it can be a favor, it can be an opportunity. Now, the most difficult part of that now is that in our culture, I'm the only educated people in my village, and then somebody wants a job, or any do you have this opportunity? I must employ the whole village, isn't it? So in our culture, the corruption, yes, we have the temple war, but in our culture, there are also such things that promote corruption. Promote corruption because you're paying, you must make sure that something happens and things like that. You must be and this way a good change this and things like that. So corruption must be understood from an economic and non-economic, financial, non-financial, social, political perspective, because it exists in all those sectors.
Okay, let me now come back to the ministry. Obviously, you've got the MPA, the prosecutor, you've got the actual judiciary, the judges, the system, if I can call it that eventually tries, convicts, or acquits accused. So I have two questions for you. My first question, of course, is what is the ministry doing to ensure the judiciary handles cases efficiently, fairly, and effectively when it comes to corruption? That's my first question. And also, obviously, one of the things of corruption is human interaction. And I know you're implementing the integrated electronic case management system, i.e. CMS. I think the PG did allude to that sort of system coming up. Maybe you could give us an update where we are with that system.
All right, thank you. What the ministry is doing to see to it that the judiciary is corruption-free. Whilst our playing field is, we're in charge of the justice sector. Our mandate mainly being to see to it that the legislation therefore allows a fair play and corrupt-free environment. That's as far as we can go. Then there is, I can't say it's a hindrance. I think it's a plus. That the judiciary on its own is an independent commission that doesn't call for the interruptions of the executive. So whilst you put in a legislative framework that is conducive to kill corruption, there's also that limitation that the judiciary has to be seen to free flow without the influence of the ministry. So mostly our role is legislative. And like I said earlier on, after we have in 3 months we'll finish these 3 pieces of legislation with this protection or et al. There is the overhaul of everything in the justice system, not only in the justice system, finance system, every law that speaks to corruption. And with the brains here present, I think we can actually fish out every law out there that speaks of corruption and that can improve corruption, that can improve the perception of corruption in Zimbabwe. And
IDCMS?
yes, electronic case management system. The intention is expedient. The intention also is efficiency there in as far as the cases are handled. You don't have to be there as a lawyer to make your case. You can present your case if you're in Bainbridge. If you're in Chirenzi, you can present your case. It brings a whole level of efficiency. We have had our successes, but speaking to most lawyers individually, bandwidth has been a problem, and you may realize that in most cases a case has to be reheard. I also have to give this to MPA because you are also guys handling this practically. You deal with this every day, but in as far as it has worked and it needs to be enhanced, there's the issue of network, and people would allocate times to hear the same case over and over again in some cases. But where it has worked, I think it has been so efficient, and we need to be working on it to see to it that justice delivery is for all. Probably the NPA on the same case so that they can tell you what they do in real time.
All right, thank you. I think please keep that reminder to talk. Human Rights NGO Forum. The doc with this presentation talked about the issue to fight corruption. And now here you've got ZAC, the investigator, MPA, the prosecutor, you've got Ministry of Justice putting in the laws, then you've got the Justice Commission looking after judiciary to make sure support different institutional bodies, hopefully working together. But that also means that this issue of independence, of them policing themselves becomes an issue, and of course that corruption has a problem on human rights, and also about the access to fair hearings from the challenge, not well, but in terms of people with disabilities, sighted, hearing, and so forth, impaired, and so on. In terms of them being able to access the court, understanding what's happening within the court system when they do come forward to give witnesses. Maybe you could have a comment on those two issues.
All right, thank you. So I think just to speak to the different institutions that are trying to address corruption and also are trying to mitigate the impacts of corruption. So I think one of the recommendations I would give in terms of the work that we do is CSOs. I think our work is mostly to ensure that citizens have a fair chance, of accessing socioeconomic rights equally, across the board. So that's, I think, our interest. But at the same time, how then can we support, I think, the institutions, the government institutions that are in place for them to ensure that citizens have that fair chance. So I think at the end of the day, you'll see that CSOs really have a mandate to continuously provide technical support in terms of strengthening the capacities of these different institutions. So I think that's where we can meaningfully contribute. Of course, I think we have also a role where we point out instances of, corruption. But I think our greatest call to action is just providing support to these government institutions so they can, operate effectively and deliver in terms of combating corruption. Then access to fair hearing. I see that you spoke about persons with disabilities. I think there is need for consideration where we put in place reasonable accommodations in the different institutions that address corruption, but also specifically in the institutions that also deliver justice. Our court systems and what have you. So it's about also having the political will to put in place the reasonable accommodations that ensure that no one is left behind in terms of them accessing justice, but also in terms of them also seeing justice actually being delivered when addressing corruption.
Thank you. MPA, CMS, I think again that would help you fight corruption. But as well, the PG mentioned that to get visited provinces around the country to understand why some of these cases were taking so long. I mean, you mentioned 3, 4, 5 years. As you said yourself, headlines such and such, and he's been arrested for corruption, and then you only hear about it 5 years later about suddenly something is happening, and otherwise it disappears. So I suppose the two questions: an update on IECMS, and also when you went to the provinces, what were the major issues you saw about why these corruption cases weren't moving forward expeditiously, and what you're going to do about it?
Now, let's start with the IECMS. I remind you of 2020. You see, in 2020, we woke up, 2020, and we are told, or for those of us who are privileged to watch every morning news, we are told people are dying, there's a cough going around, you get it, you're gone, countries are closing. I remember I am driving back from work on the same day, and there's an announcement by the president that in 2 days' time I'm blocking everyone inside the house. I never experienced that. I never knew that it was possible for me to be in the same room with my family for 30 days non-stop. But we survived. So that year taught us the need for innovations like the ECMS. Let's put it into context. We're talking of corruption cases. Imagine you're in the middle of a high-profile corruption trial. God forbid we undergo something that looks or resonates like COVID. What happens to the evidence? What happens to the witnesses? What happens to the judicial officer? What happens to the prosecutors? What happens to the investigators? If we are to simply stop for 8 months. Thank God we now have innovations like IECMS. It implies that at any given time we're able to proceed. So that's the backdrop system. And then I take you back to 2018. We have scholars, doctors, like the gentleman to my left. Some doctor by the name of Peter. He is originally from India, but he is now attached to Oxford University. He wrote a paper which says from open data to artificial intelligence, the fight to stop human interface. So you see, corruption is like a bacteria. It exists wherever there is human interface. Now, you introduce a system such as the IECMS, it means there is minimal human interface. If I have got pleadings that I want to place before the judge, I'll do it from my laptop. The lawyer does it from their laptop. If there are witnesses to be led, we can leave them online. Once the judge is in their chambers, I'm in my office, he's in his office. So it means there is less human interaction. And just like COVID, if there is less human interaction, there is less COVID. Less human interaction and less reliance on human decisions. We make it more scientific and we base it more on computers. There isn't much time for people to be discussing and making these weird decisions which could be corrupt in nature. So yes, as NPA, we definitely, like PG said, welcome the introduction of the integrated electronic case management system, because it also then gives us as NPA a chance to limit what our officers do. It also gives us as the NPA a chance to really go through the case and better take it, because we are now no longer going to be dependent on prosecutor notes per se. You go onto the access step, it tells you where exactly the bail hearing is, who has not filed what reasons have been given, and what notes are coming from the judge. So from that perspective, trust me, that is the way to go. After all, this is the age of AI. That's what they say. Now, we look at the practical issues that my colleague raises. Obviously, with great innovation and great change will come greater responsibility. And we are testing, we are trying out this system. Obviously, there are going to be challenges. Like he rightfully says, there is issues to do with bandwidth, issues to do with network. But let me give a metaphor of a baby who's starting to walk. When the baby starts walking, obviously they are going to take 2-3 steps and then they fall down. They cry, they rise again, they take 5-6. This time they fall down head first, maybe a slight injury, they're bleeding. But let's look at this baby 4 or 5 days later, they are running. So it would be naive of us to then have expected for this IECMS system to come into play and everything go down. That was never going to be the issue. The issue was obviously these teething problems, we should expect them and we should build from them because ultimately that is the way into the future. And the fight against corruption is actually going to benefit more because, as I have explained, it then means there is less human interaction. Less human interaction, less COVID, less corruption.
Let's talk about the time taken. I mean, I suppose this IECMS will allow it to be recorded as well, which will also help in the fight against corruption. But let's talk about the time taken to get cases to be prosecuted instead of waiting 3, 4, 5, 6 years. And also, I remember last year, if I'm not mistaken, in TIZ Tapazwa, last year, I remember Michael Reza was there. He talked about how the possibility, which I'm not sure if it's constitutional or not, to look at seeing that for corruption cases, you may not have a catch and release. In other words, if you are caught corruption and there's enough evidence, you can't be offered bail, as you said, because pretty much you have to get bail under our constitution. Maybe talk about that.
Right. Now, your last part answers your first part. Now, this is where we are. You remember the PG comes in and says that we are going as the NPA to be looking into indicting more corruption cases in the High Court. Now, in this country, we basically have 2 criminal law jurisdictions of some sort. We have the magistrate court jurisdiction and the criminal law jurisdiction in the High Court. Now, our Criminal Procedure and Evidence Act supervises more or less the 2. Now, in the magistrate court, because the magistrate is the court of law jurisdiction, there is very little that magistrates can do that is outside of the CPA. But now you take the example of a judge. Our judges have what they call inherent jurisdiction. They can decide anything that comes before them. They have more or less unlimited powers. So you find that the issue of corruption cases taking long to complete, particularly in the magistrate's court, it's because obviously people who are arrested or accused of grand corruption are people of means. Like you said earlier, these are people who have lots of money, people who afford the best one. Now, you look at our Criminal Procedure and Evidence Act regime as it is right now, it allows for several applications. It allows for a lot of maneuvers that can be done by a lawyer who's representing an accused. This is simple lawyering. I am representing a person and I see that there's a lot of evidence against my client. Obviously, good lawyering will mean I don't want this child because if it ends, my client is going to jail. What does a good lawyer do? I will come. I will make the first application, probably it's an exception to the charge. I say, I don't understand this charge. I want further particulars. I will make an application for further particulars. I get something, I will make an application for further and better particulars. You see? And during all this time, the matter is being postponed. And because this is the law, as the prosecutor, I can't stand up in court and say, you know what, Your Worship, enough of these applications, let us proceed. I always tell people, maybe the doctor will accept me one time, that I am of the personal opinion that our laws, our criminal laws in Zimbabwe are pro-accused. They always talk about the rights of the accused person. The accused person has a right to fair legal representation. They have the right to get a lawyer of their choice. They have the right to get state papers. They have the right to seek a review. Imagine you're doing a trial in the lower court, and the magistrate rules in the favor of the NPA. The accused person can say, you know what, I'm going to the judge because I want to seek a review of this decision. Meanwhile, magistrate, stop doing a trial because I want the judge to test it. They failed in the High Court. I have one particular trial that will have gone all the way to the Supreme Court. But we're still in the magistrate court doing trial. So during all this time, in the eyes of the general public, the case is not moving. Because we have stopped the trial, we have dealt with the High Court, we've now gone to the Supreme Court, and at times, even as far as the Constitutional Court. So when the PG comes in and then says we want to put more trials in the High Court, it's because the High Court judges have got extra powers to then say, you know what, if you're doing your review, do it within 2 days, respond within such a time, and I give a ruling, because the Act allows them to do that. So we not take. I was happy when the PG then comes in and also says that they have engaged the judiciary and there are special rules of court which shall be introduced to be for the anti-corruption court. Well, that's a cry. I think Japas will remember We've been talking about this for the past 2 years, and if it's finally happening, you will see that it means we will have progress. Because at the end of the day, we can only act within the confines of the law.
Zach, Dr. Node, national anti-corruption strategy is now, as you said yourself, well, I think earlier on, that's in its final year. So I suppose maybe just briefly successes and weaknesses or failures of NACs, and also the process to put in place the new NACs going forward for the next 5 years.
Thank you very much. In terms of the wins that we harvested from this particular national anti-corruption strategy, which was running from 2019 to 2024, that we've had some strengthened partnerships through MOUs. We've had some stakeholder engagement throughout the country and even beyond in the context of NACs. And Mr. Kabas talking about the issues of the whistleblower protection principles. That has also been facilitated in the context of NACs. And in terms of increased awareness, under pillar number 1, we've had some joint rural awareness campaigns in all the provinces. And this has actually been able to equip or empower the citizens in order to appreciate their responsibilities and rights. And when it comes to deterrence, pillar number 2, you agree that PG has been talking about issues of court rules. That has actually been one of the spin-offs that came as positive, obvious from that particular. And when you talk about pillar number 3 in terms of increased demand for accountability, we have had quite a number of institutions setting up or establishing some integrity committees, as well as high-ranked officials and other personnel from private and public, as well as parastatals signing integrity pledges. And when we also take account of the pillar number 5 in terms of asset recovery, we have had some joint, action programs where ZIMRA has actually been moving towards the abuse of the civil service rebate in terms of purchases of vehicles. And that has been in the public domain as a result of the national anti-corruption strategy. So as we look at the matrixing of this particular strategy, we find that there are certain issues that are still relevant. It is a review, and at the moment we acknowledge that the internal processes through relevant stakeholders is now at an advanced stage, so that we look at those other issues which are still outstanding, whether they should be actually carried into the next cycle. So basically, it has been something that has been a good ammunition in terms of pursuing the anti-corruption drive.
From here, because obviously it ends this year. Process to put in place a new one. They always say a process to put a new one, roll over the old one. What was it?
No, it's a review of the monitoring. That's a review. It's a midterm review. They are going to look at it, see what issues need to be incorporated. It's going to involve all the stakeholders. So we are saying the processes of procuring those consultants is now at an advanced stage. It should be advertised in the newspaper, because this is in the context of the national development in terms of transparency and accountability. That is only spearheading the process.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking when the NPA was talking about new processes and possible laws, because I remember in America they didn't arrest and put gangsters in jail for being gangsters. They put them in for evading tax. The RICO Act. So it had nothing to do with them doing all the illegal activities, but as long as they could prove that the money was being from illegal sources, they went to jail for, and the sentences were punitive. I think that's what Doc was talking about. Doc, interestingly enough, is that it's you and your fellow academians, the right word, who are training and producing lawyers and future judges and so forth coming out of the higher tertiary education system. Ethics, integrity, morals. What I know it's a tough question, but you have to obviously drum it into them at that level, because I think a lot of kids, if I can call them that, may come out seeing being a lawyer as a money making. I can make money from this, or I'm a magistrate, I can get some, or whatever. But what do you do about that at your level in terms of the education system?
Thank you very much. And yeah, we haven't really revamped our system to respond to the massive pattern of corruption in Zimbabwe. We have not really refocused the whole legal education system as a response. I think we must do better there. I think recently we had a massive corruption in the Council for Legal Education, right? The Council for Legal Education, I think they designate degrees, foreign degrees, so that you can practice if you have a foreign qualification. They had to shift the whole process to use it. So use it is now providing the what maybe as a response to corruption, because there are people who are just giving certificates without going to school, without converting. So we have not really shifted our education system to have this massive response. I think there must be more effort between academia and the profession. I think Tafara would agree with me that there are some students who, at the end of 5 years, 4 years, perfect students, once they get into practice, they are animals, they are beasts of corruption. I was talking to these senior lawyers when we face senior cases of deregistration. I'm like, you guys were in the same place with this guy. What's wrong? He's so heartless, he's so reckless, he's so corrupt. As a lawyer, as a judge. And they're like, James, this guy was the perfect student. He was so upright, so straightforward. So I think we must do more in terms of trying to have an educational system that responds to these patterns, and also a professional system that I think that integrates ethics, integrity, and variety. I think the JSC now, they are working a lot with government, JSC, they are working with the law side. So if the JSC are they here, if they fire a magistrate or they dismiss a prosecutor, and the prosecutor wants to go into practice, so he applies to the law society to practice. The law society can say, we want a letter from the NPA to say, how were you dismissed? Why did you leave NPA? If NPA said they were dismissed for misconduct, then the registration is a problem. If JSC says you were dismissed for misconduct, that also constitutes misconduct under the law society, is a problem. I think government is also doing that, whereby if you are a law office in government, you are dismissed by government, you apply to be a lawyer, without that government support, it's going to be a problem. So that cooperation is necessary to, I think, to step out corruption in the academic and also the professional sector.
Great, thank you. Please, a big round of applause for our panelists. Right, now I'm going to open up the floor. We have about 20 minutes left. We're aiming for 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. to finish, and obviously then we'll have lunch. But I'll open up the floor for some questions. And if you don't have questions, I have some for you. So be careful. I may just pick you out of the crowd. So you come to the back. Right. Now, can we get some TIZ staff to help us? Want to ask a question, baby? Okay, hang on. Let's get some microphones. 1, 2, 1, 2. There's somebody there. Anybody else? I'm going to get a couple of questions. And the lady here after that. Thank you. Please go ahead.
So, I forgot the name of the speaker, but one of the speakers mentioned that it is important for prosecutors to have imari inokwana. So I wanted to ask what imari inokwana, and are you saying that the corruption will keep going on? Salaries about one.
It was you. Was it? Well, one of you can answer, I'm sure.
All right, thank you for that one. What the speaker, I think is the PG who said that in the morning, or slightly after. What that means is okay. I remember early when we were growing up, our fathers and the ruler was so strong, and the mere thought of you being dismissed for getting $20 was out of the question. Nobody wanted to be dismissed for $20. But now you realize when people are not well remunerated, they take the risk. Maybe maybe what they are being fished out for is way more than what their salaries get them to. And what happens there is probably they will make a living out of what they've been paid. But when people are well paid, I think the issue of hope, you have hope in that the job will keep you for as long as you live. So you don't take the risk. So it's not like we are going to have corruption until people are well paid. But well paying of employees leads to a situation whereby people don't take the risk. They shun taking the risk or they fear taking the risk.
I'll give you an example. The standard of living, CPI, not this CPI, another CPI, for December was 3.6 million Zimbabwean dollars. So imagine if you're getting paid 1 million, you're getting paid 500,000. That's for your family. You go home, there's 6 of you. What do? Becomes tempting to be corrupt. Yeah, that's one of the issues. Another issue I heard as well, through some of my research again, is that once you start getting on the corruption bandwagon, you increase your own standard of living, don't you? Instead of sending your kids to a school down the road, you send them to Peterhouse, right? So as a result, when you lose that access to have corrupt funds, that you'll fight and resist it by all means because you now have a certain standard of living. You don't need Sada and Nenyama, you need Sada and wildebeest or whatever you need. So this is what happens, unfortunately, and that's the corruption bandwagon. So it does have a linkage, I assume, and Tafato will talk just now on the economic situation and how we are as individuals, the pay we get, how we react to pay, and what the situation is like out there.
Thank you. So the PG in the morning talked about zero tolerance to corruption within the NPA. And I think one of the issues also is hopefully we'll get the NPA and other stakeholders in the justice system being transparent about the cases that they've prosecuted, the investigations that have taken place, any disciplinary action that has been taken, so that we are also aware. I'm a bit worried about the trend within the JSC, whereby if there are allegations of corruption against a certain judge, they resign, and apparently all is still quiet. So does the resignation cure the corruption? I think we need to get to a place whereby where there are allegations, despite the resignation or non-resignation of this particular person, there are investigations that are conducted, and then there's also prosecution or non-prosecution if there's nothing that arises from the corruption. The Dr. Sabora talked about the customary and local courts. They are an important part of our judiciary in Zimbabwe. They are included in the constitution as part of the judiciary. But I think we need also to then look at how can we try to stem out corruption in the judiciary. Now with the advent of social media, there are some sittings of this course that are published on social media. And you see some of the things that take place in those courts. They really do not give the public confidence to approach the courts to get redress where there's been violation of rights. So I think one of our biggest drawbacks, of course, TIZ may not have included them, but I think in terms of corruption within the judiciary, that is one of our biggest challenges that we are currently facing at the moment.
So I forgot to mention, can you just say your name and organization?
My name is Sandra Mengo from the Legal Response Foundation.
Brilliant, thank you. So I think you can take that.
So this issue she raises, she says when, which I still mentioned as well, that whenever there's questionability, they call it question into the suitability of a judge. Whenever such issues arise, there's a commission, before the commission sits, the judge. So there are two issues that we need to look at. Number one, obviously on a case-by-case basis, we need to be sure what was the question that was being asked about the suitability of the judge. Is it something that would lead to a criminal charge? And my thinking is, as long as it leads to a criminal charge or the criminal issues that are our
investigating authorities and then the right to take it up and investigate. And once they investigate, it ends up with a docket that comes to the NPA, and if there is something to prosecute. But you find that some of the times the suitability of the judges are questioned on non-criminal issues. It could be about their social conduct. It could be about political affiliation, for example. So I think it's too long. We need to look at when the judge resigns or resigns, what was being questioned about their suitability. If it's criminal, every citizen has the right to then make a follow-up. You feel that it's been quieted down, you have the right to approach SEC, you have the right to approach the other thing to say, but there is this criminal issue, where are we? What I can guarantee you, speaking on behalf of the NPA, not the JSC, is that the NPA, for every docket that is brought before us, regardless of the fact that there are potential accused is the sitting judge or a former judge or a resigning judge, we will look at it without fear of failure. We will only not look at it when the judge is dead, because obviously no one to prosecute. Now, the other issue that she then raises, she raises questions to do with what then has been done with regards to corruption in the judicial sector. The NPA has been very clear to say if you smell or if you feel that there has been corruption, report it. And when you have reported it, I know of an independent reporting desk. You go there anonymous, you put your report, trust me, that will take it up. And most of the cases where you then go through the dockets as the NPA, you find they'll tell you that initially we got this anonymous, and then we dug deeper and we realized, wow, there is a case. So I think the fight against corruption is something that has to be taken by the ordinance. You see something wrong when you report. Some of the biggest corruption cases in this country come to light because of just one person who walked in and said, you know what, it's like, can you take a look at what is happening with this? It's not right. I don't know what it is. And they take it up and the cases.
All right, maybe thank you so much for bringing on the issue of local courts and customary courts. And whoever is doing their job on social media, bringing on these cases, doing a wonderful job. And we had plans for it, but also the extent to which issues are being brought out, we have to react. Some of these cases we have to react. Things have to happen, and we have to react. And we are realizing, yesterday a complaint came to my office on customary courts and how they were handling their issues, and the amount of sanction that people were getting out of maybe chiefs, the amount of capital people were expected to pay. And initially, the thoughts that the government would put in a system whereby qualified lawyers would sit beside the chiefs and help them decide on legal issues. Then customary issues, I don't think lawyers would be in a better position than chiefs to decide on those. But then it's still in the pipeline to put such a system. I'll reiterate, thank you so much, somebody, for everyone who's bringing this on social media.
Well, without blowing our trumpet, the TN5 is got village court. So that's every week, so I'm sure people watch that. That's hopefully what you saw. It is very interesting, I must say. So,
Thank you. And just a quick one on the customary courts. I think for justice to be done, we need guidelines from the Chief Justice Office on the basic procedure that must follow. Basic procedure that the customary courts must follow in doing their cases. Number one, guidelines on the kind of cases that they must do and those that they cannot do, right? And the kind of sanctions or sentences or punishment they can mete out and those they cannot mete out. A very, very basic guideline or handbook can do. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Madam. She's followed. You see, let me say this in our language, in our Shona language. Then may switch on to your English. In Shona, tinoti umambo kana mushe wakanyangadira. All of you, you are stubborn. Understand, you know you're sure. You must be proud for sure. Then there is corruption. That you don't like your sure. You have English more. That's corruption also. Umambo ushe wakanyanga era. It simply means when God chose David to be king of Israel, he never looked at the capabilities of David when we compare him with his brothers. His brothers were generals in them, and him being a shepherd, but he was picked by God to lead his people as a chief or as a king. So, what I'm trying to say here is, kana umambo kana ushe wauya. It doesn't need to look at person with dignity. It's a person picked just from the genealogy of the family. It's a family lineage. But here is the big problem. It is a court of law, the primary court of Zimbabwe, the community court of Zimbabwe, which falls under the Judicial Service Commission of Zimbabwe. That alone, the system itself, the Judicial Service Commission of Zimbabwe, doesn't look at these courts. Vanessa Kokora, they do induction trainings for magistrates, for judges. They've never, since the inception of the customary laws, there is no way they've done any induction training with the primary courts of Zimbabwe or the judicial or the community courts of Zimbabwe. Therefore, anyone in his court, besides that, the constitution itself sometimes contradicts itself. There are so many sections. Not all about it. I can give just one example. Freedom of expression. It's within the constitution. In Minnesota, I'm the custodian of our traditions and customs. Where Tsiura Mwana Mini and these numbers. Automatically that shall go to the police and say is violating my rights. I have a freedom to express my dress code in this fashion. But here is a person violating my rights. So Munashakawana can conflict. Therefore, there is need when the issues are Kawana, where in the end we point fingers to one another. What have you done as Judicial Service Commission to empower the customary courts to make sure they discharge what is expected of them? There is a gap which needs to be looked into. Saka zvimwe tinongoblema aishita vaona vachitonga vanhu vabva vazonaye vakadai imweni mamboiti nemadzishi acho mamboiti nemadzimambo acho to equip them with the necessary weaponry to fight corruption, to fight or to preserve our laws, kuti vanhu vedu at the end they enjoy good justice. Saka tine basa ratofanira kuita.
Please, thank you. That's so true because I was watching the courts and it's clear chiefs and magistrates, they are magistrates. They're making judgments based on whether it's customary law or civil law. And maybe that's something for us to take up in terms of the training, induction courses. But as you said, the next chief who may come in after their time in death with the father or whatever needs that training because they're going to be sitting in the court, so that's something to come up. I'd like to recognize the ZAC commissioners who just came in, Commissioner Hungwe and Commissioner Chaipa, and welcome. And there you are. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Right, we are coming to the end, but before I do, this is a question. Sorry, Madam Chair.
It's not a question, but rather very simple and practical recommendation. So I'll start off by telling you a story of what I experienced within the criminal court. So this simple man was being asked on his suitability to be admitted to bail. So among other things, like bail is an inquiry, they then checked with him how much he had on himself for purposes of ascertaining the fine. So the magistrate said, how much do you have? The interpreter, but unemali. And then he said, Maria Cantinayo and all that I had given to this, I pointed kuna prosecutor, which is, so you see, the process had to be adjourned immediately. Let's go into chamber because this person innocently said he had already given and paid for bail. So what I'm trying to say here is it's very important for NPA to create an interface with the members of the public that they know the processes. What is it that allowed? What is it that then becomes corruption? Because innocently he paid because he was told that this is a simple process. Please pay to this guy and you'll be released and go home. So sometimes members of the public perpetuate corruption because they don't even know how to interface. They don't even know that the prosecutor is actually their lawyer. They don't even know that. So what I'm recommending is please increase awareness. Please increase interface with the public. Have a public liaison office where people can just walk in and ask a simple question. What does it mean for me to be the complainant? What does it mean for me to be the relative of the accused person? And secondly, have an open feedback system where people can just give you feedback. And thirdly, have a transparent and effective complaint handling mechanism. If people were then to come and complain and say, I think my case Papitica corruption and nothing happened. I think Papitica corruption. So the option out is for me to bribe and bribe perhaps with a bigger price. Because you see, if you don't bribe, you are beaten out of the game. So I think somebody spoke about having complaints mechanism. I've never heard of such. And I think they don't work. Please let's have them working so that it also instills confidence in people coming to complain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Now, I just so many people wanting to talk. Deputy Chair, sir.
Thank you. It's not going to be long. I know. And they would rather go for lunch and listen to me. Let me also welcome my colleagues who just come in, Commissioner Ombe, Commissioner Chaiba. A few issues that I would like to record. Firstly, there's always the question of political will, because it's very glossy political will. What is it? They don't tell us what is it that are we saying the politicians must do. Is it the law enforcement agencies who must do what politicians want? What is this political will? It's very glossy, but it's a very good, nice to have word to say about corruption, that there is lack of political will. Very nice. But what? So we would hope at some point somebody will answer, tell us what political will is. There was also a big emphasis on artificial intelligence, which we welcome very much at SAC, and we are running with it as well. But let's not forget it's got its own problems as well, because the more you run artificial, also you have artificial problems. And you have data that is brought back many years where it is supposed to be cut. So besides embracing it, we also to run at the center with ways of handling it, because otherwise we'll end up with cases that cannot be proved and also from the judicial side, we also need to have rules and regulations that meet evidence of such nature. I would also want to challenge the academia. Thank you for the expose you gave, Tabora. But I want to say in my working life, the academia has always been the front line. They have led research, they have caused change in policy. But my disappointment is that now they seem to do the research and stop there and put it in the public domain. And I think it is time that you go further and say, this is what we think. This is what we think. You've given us what is there, and then we are saying, thank you very much. But how do we go? So complete the menu. Let's complete that. And lastly, and but not least, two, let me make them two. One area is agencies that fight corruption that I see ourselves are lacking is on the enforcement part. Yes, you might say the Prevention of Corruption Act very outdated and so on, but I think all of us must really check up the force. And this is where you find Transparency International is saying, we know what you've got all these acts, you've got all these policies, but how far are you going to enforce it? So that's one area we must start. Okay? And finally, I just want to say to the we are so starting a program for awareness that traditional leaders, so that we take them on board, because the areas they will take us up with the one child, very simple. Sometimes we don't. In other cases, like so, we'll pick those, and through our public education and awareness, we are going to be in the provinces. We are going to be calling some of the chiefs. So that, thank you.
Chokutanga, I just want to thank you for it's welcome. But you shall see, and I'm hoping also we are going to get an explanation what it is to say political will. Because also in it's not what in when we are discharging our functions, politics sometimes interferes, especially when the elections. Anything happens. It's a it's a broad term, it's an umbrella thing, which has to be looked into separately, case by case. Utaona kuti zvizhinji zvine politics mukati, zvine makanzels mukati, where in some instances you will regret to hear that councils may regularize such illegal activities. So do we say we need to wait for people to grab land and then illegal transit, this is illegal, then at the end of the day we regularize. So so in that environment, so maybe I might throw it or maybe NPA to assist me or judicial. I'm going to say it in Shona. What is the answer to that? My personal investigations or even SAC investigations, they bring the cases to NPA. So what is it? Is it lack of trust? Criminal investigations are actually SAC or therapy. We find those cases prosecutions actually, or they take long in the hands of the matter. This is very petty. Such petty issues, it's not routine. What is the relationship between customary courts and criminal. For example, munhu anogona kuita 2 years andifambira kukoti kunodera nyaya yekubiwa kwohuku. Munhu unoona tinomupedzera time ane precious time yekuti aite basa rake, then the next thing wapapurisa mari or pp kuti nyaya yacho ingotiwa throw out nenyaya yekuti akapfidza kufamba pamwe ndimbuya vasina kana chii. What is the problem? Ku-NPA here kuti hamuna trust nezake here kana kuti nemapurisa edu investigations. Zvinhu zvinototinetsawo ipapo ndopfika chiri kuti se-argument also we are concerned and worried what is happening there. Saka tichafarawo futi kuti sezvataurwa namukoma wapapa kudhara tinoda kuti whistleblower kuti ikurumidze. Tichatoedzawo kutiwo minista akurumidzewo kuti nyaya iyoyo iuye kuti zvifambe zvikurumidze kubuda, nyaya iyoyo ibatsire kuti vanhu vanozova mawitnesses vasatambudzwe nokuti at the end vanhu vaakutya even to give evidence or kuuya kuti pama-testimonies because vanoramba vachikokwira mari dzebhasi dzake and haana chanobhadharwa kuti ava-reverse criminal the cases takes such a long time kuti munhu anosvika pakutini wausvika pakutiwoga chii chiri kunetsa. We wanted to know.
Right, thank you. Before you answer the question, I think MDA is probably good at that. I have a quick question. Development partners, I'd like to talk to CSOs in the House now in terms of some of the support, because obviously there may be support required to establish effective systems fighting corruption. So I suppose the question is, what sort of support is available for countries like Zimbabwe, particularly assisting the judicial system, assisting the MPA, assisting the ZAC? Is anyone here willing to take up that question apart from TIZ? Anyone in the audience? Because I can pick someone. Someone here from Tukitong. TIZ, Tukitong. No one's willing to answer that in terms of what kind of support?
Is where do we need support? This is where we can start. Yes. Right. NPA was very clear about artificial intelligence. And that's one area that as agencies who are fighting corruption, we are still weak at. We need that so that we are a partner with the rest of the world. I have a niece who lives in America. And a few weeks ago, she came for the first time. And I said, do you enjoy it? She said, one thing, Uncle. I said, what is it? Internet is slow. That's the only thing that she didn't like. So, he talked about that. The network itself that we need. Secondly, there are new methods and ways of fighting corruption, especially because you know very well, we all know here, if I make my money in Zimbabwe, but I spend it in Mauritius, I spend it wherever. But we need those monies back. We've got $1 billion which is out there, which we identified, and it's night in hell to get it back. So we need capacitation in that area. We need capacitation in that area. I don't know where GIZ is here, so we need capacitation. Just to get those monies back, we need that capacitation. Other issues, I must say, I would like to thank the government because it supports us with the basics here. But there are those specifics that we need. We need those specifics, and we believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, let me just come to the APA, then I'll ask Tafato Chibungu just a question to throw up and then go to things.
All right. The question asked by by the respected chief. Yes, they are, and we hear of reports of instances where cases have taken extraordinarily long, like you put it, to finish. And we, as the NPA, like what the PG has said, we sort of have, or intend, or are in the process of ushering a very new dimension where all our officers, countrywide, have been given timelines depending on the complexity of the case. To say such a case we need to have finished it by such a time. We have rolled out a series of new management initiatives where we follow these cases. Every supervisor for every case that is within your district need to know all of them. Read and pay close attention to them. So the hope in all this is to say it becomes a thing of the past. Where the person has to walk to court, come back, and nothing is happening. And number two, we also then have opened, someone mentioned it, I have to say, we also have opened in all our courtrooms, all our offices. We now have specific offices where people can go and inquire and give in their complaints. So in essence, all that I'm saying is we are trying to catch up best to make this a thing of the past because it was identified as one of the fuels of corruption, the long time that the cases take. So going forward, number one, the belief is that with the mechanisms that the PG has put in place, this becomes a thing of the past. Number two, if it does reoccur anywhere and everywhere, it should be brought to the attention of the level authorities and it will be swiftly attended to.
Thank you very much. Right then, before I dismiss the panel and we have closing, I'd like to call on Tafazo Chikungu, the Executive Director, TIZ. Tafazo, a couple of questions here. Of course, looking at the CSO sector, say maybe right now you represent, how can CSOs collaborate effectively with the judiciary to enhance anti-corruption efforts? And what support or resources do civil society organizations require to effectively contribute to anti-corruption efforts within the judiciary? And I know I'm going to give you 3 questions, but if you can handle them. Third question is, of course, some successful examples. I think we talked about the index, we're not improving and so forth, but I believe there must be success stories that we can build on at least going forward. So maybe you can answer those 3 questions and then we'll close up.
Okay, thank you very much Indy, for those questions. I think it also relates to what Dr. Makika said earlier on in relation to we are putting a lot of effort, but we don't see a change in terms of the corruption section. I think it's a very important question. And the TIs that we do acknowledge the initiatives and reforms that the Zimbabwe Corruption Commission and other institutions are putting in place. But I think it is also if we say we have an improvement in corruption reception index, can we sing the same song in the streets and get people at the same chorus? I think the first question that the Zimbabwe Corruption Commission needs to ask itself. That means we need to pay attention to the specific indicators of the corruption reception. And the first thing that I want to emphasize is the effective prosecution of corruption. Effective prosecution of corruption cases. Then we really talk about this, but it's very important and we need to move in a positive trajectory toward it. Can we also make a reflection around nepotistic appointments? Nepotistic appointments. Things that happen in our country and no one talks about. Very important indicator of the corruption reception index. In conclusion, I want to say that we are moving in the right direction in terms of our milestones, the process-related milestones. We want to come up with a whistleblower protection legislation. We want to come up with law for witness protection, but we are not moving for the past 2 years. And even if the law comes into place, I will go back to the question around the political. Is there political will to implement? What does political will mean? That intention to ensure that either we come up with a law or we put what is on paper. I'll give you an example of the PVO bill. It's something that emerged recently, and we are almost complete in terms of enacting that into law. In 2009, we have been discussing about the amendment of the Mines and Minerals Act, 2009. We were in 2024, and that particular piece of legislation is still a draft bill. And even when you look at the priorities of this particular government, you may not find it. So I want you to relate to what political will means in relation to those two specific examples. Then, Andy, back to your other questions. How CSOs can collaborate with players in the justice sector. We have been and we still are collaborating. I'm happy to point out that we do have the Zimbabwe NGO Forum here represented. The LRF is also here represented. And in most of the initiatives that we are talking about within the National Prosecuting Authority, within the Judicial Service Commission, the Zimbabwe Corruption Commission, most of them are being supported by these institutions. And this is after recognizing that our role in civil society, as Charlie has said earlier on, is to ensure that we strengthen these institutions. And I want to repeat this. It is our target to improve the corruption perceptions index, its transparency in the nation of Zimbabwe, equally as the Zimbabwe Corruption Commission is also committed. You know, it is shameful for an organization to receive funds for 10 years with the goal of changing the corruption perceptions index, and it's not changing for those funds 10 years. And what is the justification to go back to a funding partner and say, we are fighting corruption in Zimbabwe? So I want to emphasize that the same cry that government institutions have, we don't have the same cry in civil society, and we remain available to support. And of course, I will not specifically say where can we put our interventions, but I just want to say that in our different programming, especially in the institutions that I mentioned, we have taken a step to ensure that when we come up with our program action, we actually engage these stakeholders so that they can actually tell us the kind of support that they need, so that we tailor-make and be strategic in terms of our interventions.
Well, thank you. On that note, let me release our panelists. I'd like to thank Ministry of Justice representative Mr. L. Kabara. Thank you, Mr. Kabara. MPA, Mr. Chiramira. Thank you, sir. Dr. Nyaude, and of course, Ms. Sen Riley. Thank you so much. And my friend James Sabora. Thanks, James. Please, a big round of applause. Right, I have unfortunately run out of time. It's one worth it. So I'd like to call upon Senior Research Officer TIZ, Zachary Matanda, just to give a vote of thanks, and then I'll just close everything. Thank you.
All right, vote of thanks actually will be given by the programs providing. But before it comes up, I just want to raise a couple of housekeeping issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we do value your feedback. Learning organization, we table put evaluation forms, please do fill them in. We are keen to know the feedback of the cities today and how we can improve. And some of us were meeting you for the first time. Please also do drop your business card. The table out there, we like to build a database of contacts so we'll keep you in touch and knowing what kind of activities we have in the future. I also would like the panelists to meet me before they leave. But apart from that, I think we're going to get new tickets from calling the reference at the end there. So we have to maybe start with our key tickets and see those new tickets. But that being said, Ms. Giovanni, please come up and close the door.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. I was listening to the discussions, and I'm happy that we have discussed right, our discussion on anti-corruption. Having worked in the democratic government sector for some time, I realized that for the first time today, this year, we are talking about professional evidence. How do we deal with our professional evidence? Your lawyers, your accountants that are also involved in the anti-corruption response. And I think that's a very positive, and I'm hoping that strategies on how to engage the professional evidence in the fight against corruption can actually stem from that. In my closing remarks, I also want to cricket brain for some of the practitioners here present, is that the national anti-corruption strategy is ending next year, it should be June 2024, this year. Still in 2023, this year. And I think it's a prudent time for us to start discussing on what's next. Post the strategy, do we need another NACT 2 and how it should be like? Because I think the NACT is a very good framework that enables the coordination of all the stakeholders in the fight against corruption. So I think since the taking delivered that commissioners are here present, that these are the discussions I think that can set Zimbabwe at a very different level in the fight against corruption. And I know that we are, when it said that the score is just one point, but I think on the positive side, we also need to look at the rank, right? Zimbabwe last year was 157, right? This year it's 149, right? So I think that's a positive that we need to also take and also ensure that we celebrate the small wins and try to do things differently in the fight against corruption. In my vote of thanks, I would like to thank Honorable Justice Matanda Moyo, Prosecutor-General, for gracing us with their presence today. And also, I'd like to thank the commissioners from ZAC. I know that's a busy schedule, but they felt it prudent to come and have this discussion with us on the anti-corruption. And also, I'd like to thank the ZAC officials. I am aware that the Daude, Madam Koshko, and also colleagues. And also, I'd like to also thank the CSOs, members who are present, the media. I think please write good things about us tomorrow, so that you don't find ourselves wanting. And also, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Justice. This year, the theme was on the justice sector, and I think this was a good opportunity for you to take some few notes on what to do and how to change or how to improve the justice system in Zimbabwe. And also, I'd like to thank the NACS subcommittee members. We understand that there were just a few, but I think it's important for them to participate in this discussions, and all the government departments that are here with us. And overall, also I'd like to thank the APNAC member, Chief, for gracing us in this occasion. And for TIZ, we want to also put out there that the discussion does not end here. Later today, for those that are in the X or formerly Twitter, you can follow the discussion where we are taking it now into sub or national level, right? It's 4 o'clock. You can meet our executive director. We'll be also sharing the perspectives and view of the CPI at a regional level together with TI Madagascar and also TI Mozambique. So we will be sharing our views and our position as a TI Zimbabwe. And above all, I'd like to also thank the board chair for coming and also opening the maps and also making the contributions on what needs to be done in the justice sector. I think I've covered almost everyone. Those that trying to avoid and also for also the open panel, you can also review what transpired today on their Facebook page. They've been doing the live stream, and I saw some interesting comments from people, which I don't want to repeat. And also, thank you as well, Andy, for hosting us. Also, sharing. Let's give him a round of applause. Few remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, have a lovely afternoon. Thank you.
Please big round of applause for TI. Keep up the good work, but the council only just started, we're still continuing. Well, okay, well, there you have it. Now time to have lunch, network, get involved in the corruption fight. It doesn't stop today. It's actually we're not even close to winning the corruption fight. For me, I'm Andy Hodges, and as you know, all I can tell you is please all of you be safe. Thank you very much.